Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody's had a great day. Happy Saturday. We are back. Sorry about the late start and the delay. I might have been making coffee and kind of spilled it. But it's fine. We're here. We're back. Everything's good. Everything is good. Aylin, how you doing? Yeah, I know. Aylin, Bleached. Pokemon, how's everybody doing? How are we all doing tonight? Suck up the coffee like a sponge. Yeah, that's what I had to do with an actual sponge. Not fun. Not fun at all. Your work's hotel? Yeah, that happens. That happens. Doing alright. Started the prep for deviled eggs. Nice. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Okay. Well, obviously, there's not a whole hell of a lot in the way of news. There just isn't. That's okay. I think we kind of prefer it that way right now. I hope this loads into roses. Nope. We is back here. Let me go to bonuses. Here we go. Now I go to continue. Fuck. And I have no health. Oh, there we go. Thank God. Okay, so quick recap for yesterday. So Rose talks to I guess best way to describe him would be a family friend. He said that there may be a way to allow her to be normal again. She trusts him. He takes her to the lab, shows her the Megamycete, and says, okay, well, only way we can really do it is we need some, and then he says some technobabble, and says you have to connect to the, basically what's left of this hive mind of the Megamycete. She says, okay. And the Megamycete is basically just all the memories of the village and everything like that that she has to navigate through. So we start doing that. She also ends up meeting something called Michael. We're not entirely sure what that is, but it is something called Michael. And Michael is helping her through everything. And we were in one layer of this. I don't even know if you want to call it like a dreamscape. They call it a stratum. So sure, why not? But we have to keep going deeper, which means that it's now more difficult to get out. Because she got duped out of getting the crystal from the fat guy that used to give us weapons and stuff like that in just base Resident Evil Village. So now we're basically going up against Creepy Doll Lady, and two of the worst fucking things imaginable have already happened. We have had to deal with the mannequins, which was awful, and now we're dealing with killer dolls, and we are also the size of a doll, which really sucks. Oh, shit. I went way too soon. Way too soon. The only one screaming last night while also getting over... Oh, it was... Yeah, this part's not fun. Come on. There we go. Oh, really? So, how the hell am I supposed to do this then? Well, yeah, very carefully, but... Really? I don't think that did me any favors, if I'm being honest. I really don't think that did me any favors. Maybe it did. Oh shit, did that actually work? Oh no.
No one likes Rose because she's a freak.
Hey!
She has those crazy powers. Just like her dad. That's why she doesn't have any friends.
Shut up!
You know it's true. What is wrong with her? She's afraid. Look at her.
No!
Afraid of what she might turn into.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Uh-oh.
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, gotta get out of here. That's true.
So you're the girl without any friends. We want to play with you.
Leave me alone!
You should be nice to your friends. Rose is so disgusting.
Shut up!
Everyone hates Rose.
Stop it!
Rose has no friends. It's all because of her dad.
Oh,
Shut up!
oh fuck. Okay, this sucks.
I gotta get out of here.
Yes, go. Just run.
So you're the girl without any friends. We want to play with you.
Leave me alone!
You should be nice to your friends. Rose is so disgusting.
Shut up!
Everyone hates Rose.
Stop
Rose
it!
has no friends. It's all because of her dad.
Just shut up! Michael! I can't take much more of this. Why are they talking about my dad? I never even met him. No, I don't know. I don't know the first thing about him. I wish I did. All I know is he died protecting me. Sometimes I try to imagine what my life would have been like if he hadn't died. Would he have taught me to ride a bike? Helped me with my homework? Read me a story every night? Would he have been there for me? Proud of me? Sometimes, when I feel lost or afraid, I try to imagine what he might have said to me. Where are we? It feels familiar, like I've been here before. Look at all the decorations. Some kind of party?
I mean, this is nicer than the last time we saw it. To do, decorate the living room. Done. Get wine, put in dining room. Yep. Rose's other present in study hidden. Oh my god, that food looks amazing. I want one. I want all of it, actually. What the fuck? Holy shit.
She's so little. Hard to believe one day she'll be old enough to share a bottle of wine with her old man.
What's that voice? Is that... Dad? This must be my parents' house from when I was a baby. I bet other things also have my dad's memories.
She bangs her spoon every time I play this. I wonder if she'll be a musician.
I wonder if Dad played any instruments.
Okay.
She just cannot get enough of this stuff.
I bet Dad would feed me as soon as I started crying.
Take your time and look around. Okay. Here's the pantry where everything goes to shit.
Rose is such a picky eater. All she ever wants is fruit puree.
I guess I've always loved fruit.
Don't forget to look upstairs. Okay.
Take
Welcome
a
back, Bleached. Here, I'm overwriting the doll save, because fuck that place. Worst part of cooking tacos is having to clean up after. That is true. You know, all things considered, this actually is not a really bad looking house at all. You know, aside from the crazy beginning where Chris fucking executes Mia. No, this isn't the one from the first game. The first game was the very first game was Raccoon Mansion, which was a front, if I remember correctly, for Raccoon employees to get to the base underground. I mean, the village as featuring one? I mean, this is the one in the beginning of Village, yes. But Rose was just a baby when Ethan and Mia lived here. So she wouldn't really remember.
This tune has always been special for our family.
I think I've heard this before. It's pretty.
As a magical mold baby, I'm sure it will forever be somewhere in her brain. Well, no, she specifically said she doesn't... It seems familiar, but she has no idea where this place is, and it must be Mom and Dad's. Ethan, don't forget, Rose's half birthday is on the 2nd. I'm going to make an amazing cake, so you better eat it. In fact, I'm going to make a cake for every special occasion we have. I want you to take lots of pictures for our family's album.
I haven't seen Mom in ages.
Wait, why hasn't she seen Mom in ages? Where do they have Mia? That's kind of weird. How you doing, Medicine? How are things, buddy?
This is my bedroom?
She's already growing out of these onesies?
I can't believe I was ever this tiny.
Might not have been able to keep looking after Rose. It's weird because this is literally like the first time so far in this DLC we've heard anything about Mia. At all. Like, at the end of Village, it was just assumed that Mia and Rose maybe were kept under the watchful eye of Chris, and that Mia was still her mother, right? So she was taking care of her, she was growing up and everything like that, and Chris was kind of like, I guess for lack of a better term, you could say the other guardian for her. But we haven't heard anything about Mia. And then at the very end of Village, if you wait until the very, very end, after she talks to her security detail while they're at the cemetery, the only thing that you see, and I'm wondering if they're going to answer this, but the only thing that you see is Rose and her security detail get into the SUV and they start driving away, and there's a man who's walking down the side of the road, and the SUV stops and Rose gets out, but everything is so far away we can't tell who that person is. It's assumed that it's Ethan, but I'm also assuming that might not be the case now, because they haven't said shit about that. Honestly, her giving Rose over might have been a thing if it got to be too much. Well, I don't know, because Chris was really, really, really adamant on getting Mia and Rose out of the village along with Ethan in the first place. So it's just really, really weird. I mean, maybe Mom went nuts, right? Maybe she's in a funny farm or something like that. I don't know. That's entirely possible. Like, even when Ethan and Mia were raising her in this house, technically she was still a ward of the U.S. government. Technically, all three of them were. Fuse map. Okay. Oh, it's locked. Duh. February 2 is Rose's half birthday, half a year in the blink of an eye. I wanted to capture this moment, these feelings, so I wrote something special. I may have gotten it a bit sappy, though. I'd feel embarrassed if anyone stumbles across it, so it's safe in the sideboard for now. The key is behind my favorite photo. Ah, shit. I can't remember what the fuck his favorite photo was. Oh, there we go.
She'll look like me when she grows up.
Oh, I looked so happy.
What, dead?
A letter for me?
Happy half birthday, Rose. My gift to you is a promise. I'll always be there for you, no matter what. I'll be there every birthday to watch you blow out the candles on your cake. I'll be there to make you breakfast and walk you to school every day. I'll be there when you have a bad dream and sing to you until you fall back asleep. I'll hug you tight when you're troubled or worried and tell you that everything's gonna be all right. You are my precious Rose. Never forget that, Dad.
No one loves you.
Aw, fuck.
Michael! Michael, help! Michael!
Don't put me in the creepy doll. Oh, god damn it.
Guess what? That thing you're looking for isn't here.
So, you don't have the purifying crystal?
Of course not.
Oh, fuck. Don't. Oh, god.
For that, you'll have to go deeper.
No.
Much deeper. Poor Rose. She can't trust anyone.
Why are you doing this?
No one loves you. And when you're dead, no one will care! Enough games. Now you'll drown.
Fuck.
I need to get out of this
Came
house
first.
first.
She came first?
Why does she only want you?
What are you talking about?
What? How? Okay. What? But I was there.
Enough games. Now you'll drown. I came first.
First?
Why does she only want you?
What are you talking about?
What am I doing wrong?
Enough games. Now you'll drown. I came first.
First?
Why does she only want you?
What are you talking about?
Look at you! You are beyond worthless!
Seriously, what is your problem?
Just so greedy! So many friends that it's never enough! Where do you think you're? Oh, look! Your families!
Enough of this shit!
Oh, fuck off. I was there. Oh. I was right there. Play sigh.
Enough games. Now you'll drown. I came first.
First?
Why does she only want you?
What are you talking about?
Look at you! You are beyond worthless! Seriously, what is your problem? Just so greedy. So many friends that it's never enough! Where do you think you're? Oh look, your families! Enough of this shit! Die! Die!
Fuck. Damn, they don't fuck around with this one.
Enough games. Now you'll drown. I came first.
First?
Why does she only want you?
What are you talking about?
Look at you! You are beyond worthless! Seriously, what is your problem? Just so greedy. So many friends that it's never enough! Where do you think you're? Oh look, your families! Enough of this shit! Die! Die!
There we go.
Should chance. They were supposed to die and join me here! Let's go! What? Stop it! How are you even here?
Michael! Good, you made it out.
Yes, time to leave.
Evelyn.
Oh no. Fuck. Okay. Evelyn is the cause of everything that happened in the events of Resident Evil 7. So let me see if I got my story straight here. Because this whole story kind of bounces back and forth between 7 and 8. Mother Miranda is the ultimate bad guy when it comes to Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil Village, or 8, right? She's the one who started everything. So she was mentor to Spencer, who then went on to go take care of Umbrella Corp and create Umbrella Corp and come up with a T-Virus and like all this other shit. Fair enough. She was the one who found the Megamycete and started experimenting with the mold and started looking for ways to keep herself alive and become immortal. Okay, fine. But through this mold, she also found she found out that she was at one point pregnant. And I'm trying to remember this, so correct me if I'm wrong, Medicine. At one point, Mother Miranda was pregnant. And Mother Miranda had a miscarriage. But the mold brought back her child. Her child was Evelyn, much in the same way that it brought back Ethan. So for a long while, at least it's assumed for a long while, the Evelyn that they're talking about thought that she was just a regular kid. And then at some point, she got really pissed off because she found out that she wasn't the original Evelyn anymore. And then she started looking for a family and escaped Mother Miranda and ended up in the bayou in Resident Evil 7. And the crazy pants what the fuck family that basically tries to kill you throughout the entire game of 7 is the one that she chose, but she controlled them through the mold that she controlled because she's quite literally the second most powerful mold being, I guess you could say. And nobody was there to stop her anyway. So all of 7 is Ethan finding all of this out and Mia disappearing because she works for, I'm trying to remember who the group is. She works for some like shadowy group or whatever to try and stop Evelyn and Mother Miranda, and it doesn't work. And then they tap Ethan to come in and rescue his own wife, which is fine. But then that's when a lot of things get really shitty and wonky. Needless to say, though, Evelyn is basically Mother Miranda's child. Long story short, she's the really, really, really pissed off child of Mother Miranda that we have to deal with at the end of Final Fantasy, at the end of Resident Evil 7. If I remember correctly. We still can't get out. Well, duh. Use your powers on her. Oh, yeah, sure. I can help when she's weak. Great. Fight Evelyn. Okay. Make sure I'm not remotely close to being ready. These should help. Don't panic, you've got this. Right. Oh, God.
You will never leave. Never!
Well, that didn't work.
good girl!
I did!
God, we were supposed to be a family!
I'm just getting my ass kicked. What am I supposed to do? I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. How's my health? My health is fine.
You will never leave! Never! I have been such a good girl!
Whoa!
Died, we were supposed to be a family! I seem completely obsessed with stupid old Rose! If you'd never been born, it would have been perfect!
Okay, wait a minute.
You'll die here! This is stupid! Go away! I was special!
Ow.
You're worthless! No escape!
Damn it.
You're nothing! Hate you! You're worthless! Nothing! A freak with no friends! I came for you. No! Stop!
Jesus.
I can't believe how useless I am. No wonder no one loves me.
What now?
This is all your fault! And I will never let you have what you want!
Rose, look out! Don't give up, Rose. Find that crystal.
That's Ethan.
Michael? Are you there?
Rose, look out!
He saved me. But he didn't make it. That voice. My dad's voice. Is Michael my dad?
Don't give up, Rose. Find that crystal.
Because of him, I can keep going. I have to find that crystal.
Interesting.
I'm on my own, but I have to keep going.
I mean, we gotta be getting close, right? We have to be getting close. There's no way we're not.
What's all this doing out here?
I don't like that. Usually when these games start giving you ammo, that typically means it's gonna get fucky.
Where the hell am I?
Oh, god
Is
damn
this
it.
place?
Oh, it's Dark Souls 3 all over again. Okay. So, this is the village. That castle was Lady D's castle. But obviously we're in memories of this village, which is all well and fine. If I remember correctly, I want to say the Megamycete was maybe a little bit farther out, but basically where this big glob line is. And it was just taking over everything. Head for the giant core. Oh, boy. Okay, nothing here. Take that, though. Gonna need it. This is the vehicle that, if I remember correctly... I think this is the vehicle that blocked the transport Ethan was in. I think.
They're all just like in the castle. I'm even stronger than before.
Jesus. Ew.
They're coming from in there.
I don't have any ammo, which is bad. Aha, there we go.
I need to find that crystal.
Okay. And then Chris came down. If I remember correctly, he came down like a similar route toward the Megamycete. Search the cave. Okay. I mean, there's not much to search. This... Oh boy.
Is this where those copies of me came from?
Yeah, basically. Okay.
Someone's been here.
The Megamycete absorbs the memories of all life within its reach, but there are laws which govern this world within it. It seems worthwhile to catalog them as they become apparent. 1. The memories that comprise this realm do not strictly reflect reality. 2. Only those who are attuned to the Mutamycete in life retain control of their faculties here in this realm. It aligns with my understanding of the Megamycete as revealed to me in its visions before my death. Oh boy. Yes, my death. My physical body is gone, absorbed into the Megamycete, and yet I do not despair, for this fate has granted me fascinating insights. All those years I strived, have continued to strive, they are not for nothing. The memories, the consciousness, understanding, and knowledge I accumulated in life have transferred here to the Megamycete, where it serves as a source of power within this realm. If I can harness this power, I believe I can use it to affect the thoughts and memories of others. Of course, it's hardly a perfect arrangement. With so many minds and memories gathered here, finding and retrieving a single person from amidst the rabble has proven an immense challenge. Her memories are here, yes, but dissolute. Perhaps what is needed is the right vessel into which to hold her. And of course, I know the perfect vessel, the only real candidate in all my years of searching, Rosemary Winters. So I think this is Mother Miranda. I think that's what this is. I think this is Mother Miranda. Now, I'm getting like memories and shit like that. It's been a while since I've played Village, but Miranda was hoping that she could use Mia as her means of eternal life and kind of correcting all the mutations and stuff like that with the mold. But she was also hoping that she could use Rose to do the same thing for her daughter Evelyn. So it makes sense that Evelyn was all pissy and everything like that with us in the dollhouse and saying I came first and this, that, and the other thing, because Evelyn was always looked at as a failure, whereas Rose was kind of always looked at as the miracle. And since they're technically related, I guess you could call it, because Rose is like the perfect combination of human and mold, because the Ethan that had Rose with Mia was mold Ethan. she was looked at as kind of like, I guess you could call it the chosen one, right? Whereas Evelyn was always kind of looked at as a failure because she was made strictly of the mold from the remains of the real Evelyn, who I want to say died in a miscarriage, if I remember correctly. I think. Did she die in a plague? Oh no, you know what? You're right, because that would make sense, because she's too old. Yeah. That's right. Been experimenting with the possibilities of manipulating and reviving the consciousness stored within the Megamycete. And Miranda found the mold when she went to a cave to kill herself because her daughter had died. Yes. And that's when she started to, like, do experiments and stuff like that, because she figured, oh, well, I could bring her back from the dead. Also eternal life. That'd be kind of awesome. Didn't go so well. And then you ended up with the 4 different, what she called, failed experiments, which were the bosses from Village. I've been experimenting with the possibilities of manipulating and reviving the consciousness stored within the Megamycete. When a person dies, their consciousness is stored and preserved, but over time it becomes diffused and diluted, spreading thin throughout the Megamycete and mixed with other consciousnesses and memories. Extracting and reassembling an individual who has thus diffused has proved a monumental effort. As an experiment, I decided to see what would happen if I used different individuals' consciousnesses to create an entity. I think there's also something about how, once touched with the mold, you kind of always sort of live with it. Well, yeah, so Mother Miranda is, for lack of a better term, she's quite literally like the mold. But it's not that simple. It's like, she found, like you said, she found the mold while she went into the cave to try and kill herself. And then she got in contact with the mold, and the mold started to change her. Effectively, she lives forever, but she can't live forever the way that she wanted to, and she also wanted to bring that immortality to her daughter after bringing her back from the dead. Which technically could work, but all of her experiments, who were the bosses in Village, were some, if I remember correctly, it was like each bloodline had some sort of weird mutation associated with it. So, for instance, Lady D was a vampire not because, she's this, supernatural being or anything like that. It's quite literally a mutation. Once she was given the mold, and then she grew to 11 feet tall, and she grew fangs, and she ended up becoming anemic and needing the blood and all that shit. So they were all failed experiments in order to bring Evelyn back to the way she was supposed to be, because Evelyn was always looked at as a failure. The Evelyn that did get brought back. I think a million minds living inside the mold is mold because something science. I love how, well, it's a collective consciousness, right? It's kind of like, and I know I'm kind of going a little nerdy here, but think of it like, if you've ever seen Star Trek Deep Space Nine, you have a race of changelings, and together they just form what is called the Great Link. The only difference is that in the Great Link, they willingly give up their consciousness to become part of a collective consciousness, but when the time comes and they have to, they can also split off from one another as individual consciousnesses, which it doesn't seem like you can do with the mold. So once your consciousness becomes part of the mold, it's incredibly difficult to actually piece that specific consciousness back together. It just becomes one collective. Hello, what's-his-face was just annoying, and that was what made Miranda hate him. What's-his-face? I think at least she thought of him as a failure as well, but all her notes is because he annoyed her and did not always obey. Oh, are you talking about Wolf Guy? Or Fish Guy? Yeah, Wolf Guy. Yeah, funny thing is I if somebody said his name right now, I'd be able to tell you what it is, but I have literally never called him by his name. I always called him either Wolf Guy or, you know, the other guy I always called Fish Guy, because let's be honest, the only one who really fucking mattered whatsoever was Lady D. Yeah, Carl sounds about right. Carl Heisenberg, yeah. Results. The results were fascinating. I gathered fragments, respooled the threads, and succeeded in creating an individual birthed anew in this realm. A success to be sure, but while his unusual physique resembled a man I once knew, he was possessed of a deeply warped psyche and was missing a portion of his face. Conclusion: while manipulating memories to create a person is possible, the creations are flawed and unstable. It will not be possible to manufacture a suitable vessel in this way. Oops. Hang on. I almost just accidentally ended the stream because the arrow went off the monitor. It wasn't that Carl was bad, but what I literally mean is Lady D was the closest that Mother Miranda, up until the events of Village, if I remember correctly, Lady D was literally the closest that Mother Miranda ever came to an actual true success. Heisenberg was the way he was, physically, because of some genetic thing, right? And then the Mutamycete kind of capitalized on that that mutation, and that's why he was the way he was, and all of his, I guess you could call them offspring, were the same way. Same thing with Fish Guy. It's not that Fish Guy was a terrible person, but there was some sort of genetic mutation within his code, and unfortunately he just became a really, really self-loathing giant fish blob dude thing. Guy who voiced Carl is the same VA that voiced Asterion in Baldur's Gate 3. Yes. Yeah, it is. Yep. Did you ever see the Puppet Show commercials they did for ads? The Puppet Show commercials. That sounds familiar. And I think Lady D's voice actress is also in it. Is Maggie in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, wait, I think she is. I'm trying to remember who she is in Baldur's Gate 3. I think, yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to remember who she is. guy who voiced Carl. Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name too, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Orin. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Also, how you doing, True? The ball lady. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna peel your skin off and fuck it. Basically, that's her. Yeah. And if I remember correctly, like, aren't those, like, I don't know Maggie's, for lack of a better term, pedigree. Aren't those, like, the first two, like, really big acting gigs that she had? Was Orin and Lady D?
There's that feeling again. It's so strong. It must be the crystal.
I mean, that's huge, right? Imagine getting picked for two of the, like, imagine getting picked for two of the biggest games in the last decade. That's insane. Like, imagine going, okay, you know what? I did other stuff before. I want to become a voice actor. I want to become an actor. And then literally, whether it be because you know somebody or because you're found on the street and they like what they heard or whatever, you're picked for two of the biggest games in the last decade. Looks like it was her third role overall. No shit. Wow. Her first acting role was for Smite. Oh, okay. I played Smite very, very, very briefly, and I didn't particularly care for it, but I do know that they had a, they did have a lot of voice actors because there were a lot of gods to go through. That pull I've been feeling is close, but I just can't go any further. I thought I had made it when I saw that blue light, but no, not quite. If only I'd been braver, faster, stronger. So close. I was so close. She might have voiced Orin before. It looks like she was doing lines for Baldur's Gate 3 when Resident Evil was also hired her. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, though. Like, you're talking about roughly the same time period, right? That's my whole point. You're talking about the same time period because Resident Evil Village, yeah, she probably was doing lines after she had done most of her lines for Baldur's Gate 3, but that's also because Baldur's Gate 3 took over a decade to make. Whereas with Village, it probably took, in terms of voice acting, maybe like a year or two. And if I remember correctly, one of the biggest issues that Larian had was they had to kind of do everything piecemeal because of the financial issues that they kept running into because it was all self-funded. So it's like, do a little, come back, do a little more, come back, do a little more, come back, do a little more, come back. Rewrites, do a little more, come back, like that kind of deal.
It's through here.
Well, let's not get penisy. black god which lives in us and in which we live, create for us a new world as befits your will. Your dark consciousness holds for us a second chance, graciously offered and joyously accepted. You drink the blood of the lost lamb as it falls upon your darkened earth, not to destroy but to preserve, and once again deliver unto life.
This is some twisted shit. This one's the real deal. I can feel it.
No, that's just gas.
It's working. Oh my God. Is this what normal feels
Rose, I've waited so long for you.
Who are you?
My name is Miranda.
What?
You had become so powerful. Far too powerful for me to subdue directly. So, I had to lure you into this realm so that you might willingly relinquish your powers.
No. But Kay said...
Did he? Or did I? That Kay was an illusion. Very convincing, wouldn't you say?
No way.
Now you can become the vessel for my Eva!
Rose, run!
Ethan, you pest!
Go!
Stop him even he can manifest. He can't save you, Rose! No one can. Rose!
Rose, hurry!
You can't escape! Not from me!
Dad! Wait, hold up. Is it really you?
Yes, but right now you need to run! Run!
I've been running.
Rose!
Thanks. Why didn't you tell me who you really were? Why'd you let me call you Michael?
I didn't want to complicate things. I just needed you safe. And I'm sorry I left you alone. But I had to find a way out. And I did. It's just ahead.
Rose!
Get away from my daughter! Stay away from my family! Rose, come on!
You can't escape Rose. Ethan, persistent as always.
Dad!
Rose, Now's your chance. Go live a normal life. Make friends. No one will ever call you a freak again.
But
Rose, just go!
I don't want to leave you!
I know. I love you. But I need to know that you're safe. So please, just...
Ethan, you insolent pest!
I got this. Get out of here.
Don't worry, Dad. I've got this.
You think your
Oh,
powers
shit.
will allow you to stand against me in the heart of my domain? Foolish little girl.
How intent you were on my throwing them away? I think they just might.
There will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. There's nothing to fear. Let's see this power. Don't resist. Offer yourself unto me. There's no shame in surrender. How about this? Here I come. This will also mean
Ow, bitch.
why do you
There we go.
wretched little girl? And even if you were to survive, what would be the point? You can't save your father. You are of two different worlds. This is
Okay, I gotta
why
control.
suffer needs.
Oh shit!
Won't let you do this!
Impossible. It took so much to lure you, but you're incredible. Well,
You might change your mind when I put an end to your plans!
come! Be by my side! Now! Become You will fall! I cultivated this world within the Megamycete to resurrect my sweet love. But no matter how many vessels I created, none had the power to regenerate. That is why it must be you. You are the only one who can bring her back to me. Whatever it takes, whatever I must do, I will see this through. Your time is at an end.
My power now!
Okay.
possess such power? This is this will all soon. There's no shields.
Oh, ow.
Why do you... Don't resist. What? Rat! How about this?
I was holding control. Bitch.
There will be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Ow.
Why suffer needs? Let's see this power. You wretch! Do you still not see? There is no happy ending.
Says the Wicked Witch at the end of her reign.
Do I? Okay, I don't. That's not good.
Kill me, and you kill the only one who understands you.
Ow. Well, that's just not fair.
You just won't give up. You really are. That stubborn knife that shines inside you makes you the perfect vessel.
Ow. Ow. Yeah, just taking that one like a dick. Jesus.
Offer yourself unto me. There's nothing to fear. Here I come.
Ow, bitch.
Come! Be by my side! Now! Big. How dare you! You will fall!
Ow.
You are but a vessel! Your time is at an end.
That won't work.
This is... Wretch, little girl! I shall finish this. There is no victory.
Oh shit.
My
Jesus Christ.
struggle comes to fruition.
Rose! Over here!
Dad!
Use this! Take her down!
Oh, I will.
Oh shit, she's gone Super Saiyan.
Return and yield your strength to me. So much power. You truly would have been the perfect vessel for my Eva.
I'm not a goddamn vessel. I'm not some stupid copy. I'm me, Rose. And you're done.
Hey, sweetie.
Oh my god!
You're so grown up now. And even though I wasn't there with you, I've always watched over you. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you.
I thought he had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth.
All you've ever done is protect me.
No. Not this time. You lost your chance. I'm so sorry.
No. It was my choice. And I don't regret it one bit. If I had left you, then we never would have had this chance to talk face to face. So it's okay. I'm okay.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so very proud of you. I love you, Rose.
I love you too, Dad.
Sophia Fantasy gifted a tier 1 sub to Jibber Jabroni. They have given 272 gift subs in the channel.
I'm back. I'm back. Dad.
Do you think the little boy will be able to touch the moon?
Nobody can touch the moon, it's too far away.
Wait, what if he has a rocket ship?
Okay, then you can touch it, but it'd be very, very cold.
You were being silly. I don't think the moon feels like it.
It does. But if
Hey, Dad. Happy birthday. Sorry I missed last week. I have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is. Talk of the goddamn devil. Duty calls. I love you.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? Today of all days. We have a situation. You're needed, Evelyn.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
We have a clear shot.
Stand down. I can handle it. She's just a kid.
Way to keep it together, Rose.
You're a lot like him, you know?
I know.
Okay, that guy right there in the distance walking, it's always been assumed that that's Ethan because now the SUV stops. And then black screen. Well, so that's the thing. Somebody did a deep dive a few years ago, if I remember correctly. And they used a, I think they used Cheat Engine so that they could free roam the camera. That is Ethan's model. I'm just trying to figure out... Hang on. Okay, that's not working. I'm just trying to figure out... Like... They haven't said anything, but we all know that Resident Evil, like, successor titles typically like to kind of like drop hints. Oh yeah, there's Neil Newbin. But yeah, they kind of like to drop hints as to what's going on around the world with previous titles in their successors. So for instance, in Resident Evil 7, you can find a news article from Grace Ashcroft's mother. And it's like right at the very, very beginning, right? And she's from Resident Evil Outbreak. So during the events of 7 at the very least, or before, right before, she was still alive. So I wonder if they're going to do the same thing with 9. You found what I was talking about? Cool. Yeah, we'll watch it in a second. You're going already, Sophia? Well, it was good to see ya. It was really good to see ya, and I hope you you get some good sleep and have yourself a good night. And we always love and appreciate you being here. I know I do. And thank you for the generosity. I really appreciate that. So, okay, now that the music's over, what I'm talking about was, like, so you may not necessarily, like, see a character in, like, a successor RE story, but you may hear a voice recording, or you may read about something that happens or whatever, and it alludes to whatever another character might be doing, right? It's already basically been confirmed that we will not be seeing Chris, and we will not be seeing Claire, and I think Jill's dead. So we won't be seeing her, but we won't be seeing any of those characters or anything like that. But I'm wondering if, because the last we hear about Chris is that he's working with Rose, and he's basically Rose's handler. If we're gonna see or hear or read something regarding that in 9. So we had virus, then parasite, then mold. I wonder if we're going back to virus in 9. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I was kind of talking about this last night. So the issue is that for a while, Resident Evil ran into what I like to call 24 syndrome. So basically, if you've ever watched the show 24 with Kiefer Sutherland, the first couple of seasons were actually really, really good. And then it sharply started to drop off and just get so fucking ridiculous it wasn't even funny, right? So first few seasons, here's Jack Bauer, he's working for CTU, his wife dies at the end of season 1, he's really distraught, but he's still an agent. They give him time to grieve, he comes back, there's some sort of new threat that's threatening the United States and so on, and he does this thing. Okay, fine. It's kind of turning out to be like another Solid Snake kind of deal. But then he leaves, right? And he leaves CTU. He doesn't want anything to do with the government anymore, and so on. And you could call season 3 like the last technically like really decent season, because I can understand them bringing him back one more time, right? If the circumstances are, really, really call for it. And then after that, it was always like, well, now he's working against CTU. Well, now he's working for CTU again after working against CTU because they have to bring him back even though he wants nothing to do with this shit. Well, now he's doing this, but he doesn't want to come back. He's only doing it because he has to, and now CTU has to hunt him down because he goes into hiding because he doesn't want anything to do with the government. It's one of those things when it comes to the viruses, right? So you have the T virus, and the T virus goes from Resident Evil 0 through the original Resident Evil, through RE2, through RE3/Nemesis, and then it just craps out. And they go, okay, but now we need something else. And then they bring in the G virus, and then they bring in the I think they call it the T Veronica virus, and then they bring in all this other stuff. So they have all these viruses and shit that are running around, and it's like, okay, well, the viruses clearly aren't really catching anybody's attention anymore, so now we have to go over to Las Plagas. And then they go through Las Plagas, and okay, fine, but Las Plagas only really works for Leon's story, and it only really works one time because we literally decimated an entire fucking island. So that's out, and now we gotta go back to viruses for 5 and 6, but it got so just overblown and over the top and intergalactically stupid that they had to reboot. So then they did it with the mold in 7. And I don't necessarily think the mold is a bad idea, and I like how they tied everything together in 8, or I should say in Village and in this DLC, right? I don't mind that whatsoever, but I don't know where they're going to go now, because they're kind of at one of those points where it's 9 really needs to be a banger, and it really, really needs to be a banger because they've already succeeded in rebooting, right? And they've succeeded in rebooting, but now they need to do the other really, really difficult task, which is to keep it going. Because if they don't, it literally, it very well could be the very last Resident Evil. At this point, everyone is just another zombie attack, boring in the RE. Yeah, it's just and again, I understand where they're coming from, especially if you look at, say, RE0 through RE6. They have to keep upping the ante. They have to keep making it more grandiose and so on to bring people back in, and it has to be more action packed, and the stakes have to be higher and everything. But eventually, and this happens in video games, this happens in movies, this happens in TV shows, and it happens more often than not. The problem is that you make things such an outrageously grand scale that it no longer makes any sense, right? So if you go and you play RE0 through RE6, narratively, yes, it makes sense. But objectively, if you only look at the original Resident Evil and RE6, you're going to look at it and go, what the fuck happened? How did it get so stupid? You know what I mean? That's kind of where it is. Doing Star Trek and make a movie about going back in time to save the humpback whale. Oh, God. They always leave the stuff open-ended in a way they can just bring whatever back, so I don't doubt that they try and wrap up some kind of thing with the virus storyline in 9. Well, so I don't mind them bringing back the virus, but I think they have to bring it back the right way. And I don't know what that right way is, obviously, but I can tell you that the wrong way would literally be, oh, this is a rehash of 2 and 3. But it's all in the same game, right? That would be stupid. That would be really fucking stupid. So now they have to bring in a villain who makes sense to the overall story arc, because everything in RE is connected, right? So they have to bring in a new villain that nobody's ever heard of before, because Mother Miranda is dead now, right? But it has to be somebody that either A, we've heard about and we've never actually like seen in a game, or B, it has to be somebody brand new that would make sense as to why they're even there, right? It can't be like a Skullface kind of deal where everything is so nebulous and vague, and people are going to be questioning for years, oh, well, who really is Skullface? Is he the big boss? Is he this, that, and the other thing? And meanwhile, the only thing that you have on the surface level is Skullface telling Snake that, you know, I was there when you left and had to clean up the mess. You know, like all that crap, right? You don't need that in a Resident Evil game, and I think it would just make things suck. But you need something either brand new that can still tie in and still make sense, or you need somebody that we've heard of, maybe seen a video of or a picture of, but we've never actually seen them in game. Because if you do it any other way, I really feel like you're probably going to butt-fuck the bunker. They have to bring a whole new protag to play as along with in an old location we've already been to, so the villain has to be really good, otherwise this game is just going to be meh, and another just okay, I guess, RE game. So, okay, here's my worries, right? My worries are these. Raccoon City, after everything has gone to hell, is a really, really, really cool location. And it's a really cool location because when is the last time we saw Raccoon City at all? That was the end of RE3, right? Granted, 2 and 3 take place roughly at about the same time. They both end at the same time and so on, right? Fine. But you know what I mean. The only thing that we hear is, oh, well, the government sent in a missile. It's you know, a big honker. Not a nuke, but it's a big honker, right? And that's it. And then you hear about, okay, well, Umbrella went through all these trials and they went through all these courtroom hearings and everything like that, and they had to file for bankruptcy, and they had to sell off their assets and all this other shit. And it's like you had this one massive event and then Umbrella just crumbled. And it all happened very, very, very quickly. So that's why in the events of RE4, you have Leon where it's like, oh, look, hero cop. Hey, how'd you like a job at the Secret Service? And then, you know, the president's daughter is a complete idiot and she runs off and does whatever the fuck in Spain. And now Leon's got to go play savior. And that's when he runs into Las Plagas. But that's because, again, what do you do to a city that you just did everything but nuke? But now it's 20 years later, right? So you can kind of get away with it because there's the aftermath. So I really, really like the setting. I also like that they're bringing in the daughter of Ashcroft from Resident Evil Outbreak. And it's assumed anyway that we're going to be seeing her mother at the very beginning to kind of, you know, figure out what's going to go on with her mother's death. And it also makes sense that Leon comes back because Leon's been through 2 different outbreaks now. And, well, I should say canon-wise, he's been through 2 different outbreaks, right? So it makes sense because he's always kind of been haunted by the fact that, you know, although technically, you know, he's considered a hero, literally it was his first day on the job as a rookie cop, right? So he's always had this stigma about him. Yes, sure, he can sit there and claim that he helped rescue people from Raccoon City. Yes, sure, he can claim that he rescued the president's daughter from Las Plagas somewhere in Europe, probably an island of Spain or something along those lines, right? Yes, he was a Secret Service agent. Yes, he did find out that the president was infected. Yes, he was the one who had to kill the president in order to, save the country and everything else. It all makes sense. But every time he does something, there is a stigma that just gets bigger and bigger and bigger associated with him. So now that there's a new outbreak, whatever it is, it makes sense. Because you have to have somebody that's going to be the antithesis of somebody like Chris Redfield. Where Chris Redfield went and stayed working for the government, Leon doesn't really want to anymore. And that's okay. He still wants to do what's right, but he's kind of Chris's antithesis. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, and not to mention he's kind of, from what it looks like, he could be on his last legs anyway. The switch up from 6 to 7 was done pretty well in a way to build on to... God damn it. I hate the... Okay, there we go. To build onto, which brought us 2 pretty decent games, but now they're just going back to their roots with 9, it seems. We don't know if they're going back to their roots. That's what I'm saying, is we really don't know. And I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing either. Right? I don't think that's a bad thing. And the reason I say that is because although the location is something that's familiar, it's also going to be alien enough where it will be 100% different. Right? We've literally never been in a Raccoon City that's had a missile dropped on it. Literally, we've never been there before. Right? We remember what Raccoon City is through original RE2 and Nemesis and RE2 and RE3 Remake, but we've literally not since either sets of those games have we stepped foot in Raccoon City. So it's a completely new area, although it's probably going to be familiar enough for the nostalgia, but everything's going to be different. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing to do. Because they're acknowledging the stuff that's already there, but they also are of the realization that you can't just keep going. Like, imagine if they went Neo Raccoon City. You know what I mean? Like, it would suck. You know what I mean? And let's face it, you know that some dickhead in the boardroom came up with an idea like Neo Raccoon City before they settled on what they have now in 9. We all know that, right? I guarantee somebody came up with that idea. So yeah, I think it's... I like the idea of it being the same but different. I actually really like that. Look at that, easy peasy. Baker incident report. So this is read a report on events after the Baker incident from RE7. Tragedy of Ethan Winters, challenges, figures, concept art, movies, extra content shop, mercenaries. Oh God, additional orders. Well, I will say this. Rose's story, actually really, really good. Shadows of Rose, I actually thought it was really, really good. I thought it was well done. I think it's a really good bookend to RE Village. I may be the only one who thinks that, but I actually really liked it. I thought it was pretty decent. I will say, whoever keeps coming up with the idea with putting in the mannequins and the creepy dolls, fuck you. Okay, but other than that, it was really good. I liked it anyway. What do you guys think? And what's today's topic? I mean, we only got like 2 hours left, right? So chances are we'll be doing some more RE stuff and just looking stuff up. There's that video that that True found that I was talking about previously. But what did you guys think of Shadows of Rose? I mean, I know like Village isn't necessarily everybody's cup of tea. I get it. There are definitely a lot of points in Village where it is almost a 1-to-1 for RE4. I get that. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, though. But, I mean, overall, I liked Village. I thought Shadows of Rose gave us a little bit more information, whether it be through visual storytelling or through reading, stuff like that. I thought it was interesting. Definitely worth a playthrough for sure, especially if you want to get the whole story. Because, and that's actually something I really liked, is that the original ending to Village is the same ending for Shadows of Rose, but we don't realize that until after we finish playing Shadows of Rose. So we know that there's a gap in time, and there's still a gap in time between the events of Village and the DLC, but now we know what she means by I can do things not even Chris knows I can do, and how she came about that, versus it just being some kind of ominous warning that, oh, is she gonna be evil? She's not doing it for that. She's doing it because, like, she's literally telling the truth. Right? And she's sick and tired of being called Evelyn, especially after now we know she's met her dad and lost him again. Specifically because of Evelyn and because of Miranda. So yeah, I mean, I thought it was good. I thought this was really, really good. Here, let me do this. Yes. Good. Let me scroll up really quick and grab that YouTube link again. And then I'll swap it over. Okay, here's that. There we go.
Do you think the little boy will be able to touch the moon?
Nobody can touch the moon. It's too far away.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
It's a rocket ship.
So we've already seen all this stuff, right?
Then you can.
Okay, so here's photo mode. And I think so like it says camera enabled up in the top left. The he can now fuck with the camera and free roam with it. And there you go. There's Ethan. Now, they literally, and this is where, like, it gets really, really interesting, is they could have easily picked anybody. But they chose to pick Ethan. And you can see it is Ethan because it like, he's still fucked up from the events of Village, right? His left hand is all bandaged. His right hand is basically deteriorated. Stuff like that. When we last see Ethan in the base game, he's literally starting to fall apart. So they could have picked any model that they had in their arsenal. But instead, they specifically chose this one. I just always found that really, really, really interesting. And again, I know we're like, I know that they're breaking the fourth wall here, right? Because, like, we're not supposed to see what's going on with Rose in the truck. We're not supposed to see what's going on with the driver in the truck. We're not supposed to see anything up this close. So, obviously, there's no animation for Rose. There's no animation for the driver. And the only animations that we see are the truck stopping and Ethan walking towards the truck. That's literally it. But the way that it's framed and the way that it's shot is it leaves a lot open to interpretation. No, they didn't mod Ethan in. No, they didn't mod Ethan in. I know that. This video went viral over a lot of different places, and from what I understand, at least the people who were investigating this and who were kind of all over it at the time, I guess they also went and confirmed it themselves that yes, it is in fact Ethan. So yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Now, again, I'm wondering if there's going to be any news about this in 9, right? Because, again, they are leaving it open. For all we know, if everything goes well with 9, we could be seeing an RE10 where it goes back to the mold. And now you have Ethan back, and now you have Rose. Maybe Rose is a little bit older, and now they have to deal with all that crap still. We don't know. We have no idea. But, I mean, like... what... Okay, what do you guys think, in all honesty, of this whole story with, like, Ethan's story? I think that's what they're calling it, is just Ethan and Rose's story, right? And continuing with how it was left off. I mean, do you guys think that there's anything left there? Or do you think maybe this should be a good place to end it for Ethan and Rose, right? Now, again, they did leave some things ambiguous. We have no idea where Mia is. No clue. We have no clue where Chris is. We have no clue how Ethan got back. We have no clue what's going on with Rose as of the events of RE Requiem. There's a lot of unanswered questions. We don't know what she's doing for Chris, other than the fact that Chris is her handler. We're going to get 10 with a Grace and Rose team-up girl power game where they introduce Virus X. I mean, I know it's a joke, but I honestly don't see it. I will give Capcom this. Even though 5 and 6 were not good, at least narratively it fit. Right? They were over the top, they were ridiculous. But narratively they make sense. If I can do it, like, credit where credit's due, if Capcom is good at anything, they are good at making sure that Resident Evil, whether the games themselves are good, bad, or indifferent, are always consistent in terms of the stories that they're telling. We may be getting stuff out of order, but everything always makes sense. Right? So, for instance, and again, you brought this up the other night, True, with what was it, Resident Evil Revelations? That's Jill. Now, I don't know whether that's Jill before or after the boob bug, but that's a Jill that I've never seen. Right? That's definitely a Jill that I've never seen. Now, they could have easily done something along the lines of, oh, well, she didn't really die and she's still out there and so on. This is post-boob bug and, post her, stepping in to save Chris's life and all this other shit. And she's back alive, but she's still out there and she's doing her thing. So it could be post all that, or it could be before that. I don't know. But I remember for the longest time, there were a lot of people out there that were like, hey, what the fuck ever happened to Jill? I think they left the storyline open-ended so that if whatever they do with 9, if it doesn't end up tying into the Ethan and Rose stuff at the end or with the DLC, and RE9 flops or something, they can just write into Ethan and Rose storyline again somehow. Well, so here's the thing. I really don't know. And the only reason I don't know is because you have Rose and you have Ethan, but the issue is that they're on such an extreme end, an extreme opposite end, right? So in RE Village, we find out that Miranda went one way, Spencer went the other, which is how, Spencer created Umbrella and, the T-Virus and all that shit. The idea was sound and was the same idea that Miranda had, but Spencer had to go and create everything versus Miranda, who already contracted this mold, right? And it just so happened that because Chris still works for the government and he's done a lot and everything else, he was the one who was tapped to go rescue Ethan initially and then become Ethan's handler and ultimately Rose's handler, because he's literally like the guy that deals with all this really weird shit when it comes to the government. Leon used to be that, but unfortunately, Leon also, like I said, has this stigma attached to him, and he's also, unfortunately, the guy who kind of had to kill the president, which is kind of a no-no. You know what I mean? So, I don't know if objectively speaking, there'd really be anything that, like, Rose and Grace could do together, only because it'd almost end up being a Kirk versus Picard kind of thing, like they were originally talking about for Star Trek Generations, where it was going to be Captain Kirk and his crew versus Picard and his crew. But to be completely honest, funny as that may be, or interesting as that may be, or cool as it may be from like a fanfic standpoint, it also makes literally zero sense, right? Because they're both Starfleet officers, so they'll disagree with each other, sure. They'll have arguments with each other, sure, but they're never going to fight each other. And essentially, if you took Rose and you took Grace, unless there was like some sort of connection in RE9 that's like, oh yeah, no, this is based off of the mold that we had back in, you know, the Bayou and over in Eastern Europe, right? Unless there's that, you very well could be looking at, oh well, here's the X virus that Grace is fighting, Grace and Leon are fighting against, and okay, fair enough, but now it's virus versus mold. And it narratively, I don't think it would make much sense. If this Ethan is actually alive and isn't just in Rose's head, which isn't implied due to the driver stopping, so he must see him too, or Rose said stop, who knows, maybe we can get a storyline where Ethan is corrupted by the mold mentally, like the family in 7, and we get a game about Rose facing her father somehow. Well, so here's the thing, and this is, I had to go back and I had to watch a lore video for this, because it had been so long since I played 7 and 8. He has been mold the entire time, so it's not that he's corrupted by it, he is the mold. And now, depending on exactly how they bring him back, he's literally the only pure mold specimen that still exists. So Ethan actually died about a quarter of the way through RE7, the real Ethan. He didn't turn into mold, he died. The real Ethan actually died. The Ethan that we play for the rest of 7 and all through 8 is actually taking the memories and the consciousness that Ethan had and recreating Ethan. Which is why in 8, he gets his hand sliced off by Lady D, and he just uses the chem fluid and reattaches it like, oh, my hand unscrewed, right? And we couldn't figure out why for the longest time, but it's quite literally because he's not human. He is mold, right? That's what makes him really special. Rose, on the other hand, is the only true hybrid between human and mold. So it's not like Ethan can't be corrupted, because if he was going to be, he's literally had every opportunity to have that happen. So it's not that he's being turned into mold. That's not what's happening. It's that literally it's not the same Ethan. But because of how the real Ethan dies, he has literally all those memories and just wakes up as if it's just been a short passage of time. That's it. That's the whole thing, right? So, yeah, Ethan is quite literally, from everything that we know right now, he is quite literally the only living mold specimen left alive. And again, that's like Eva and Evelyn, right? Eva died during the plague, and Miranda tried to revive her or bring her back from the dead, but she's not really bringing her back from the dead. She's creating a new entity, but that entity didn't really work out the way she wanted it to, and that's why she doesn't call it Eva, she calls it Evelyn. And that's why Evelyn went to the Bakers in the first place in 7, because Evelyn was always looked at as the failure. And Miranda kind of didn't want anything to do with her for the longest time. And Evelyn wanted a family. But the only way she knows how to have a family is by, turning them into these mutated monsters that are close enough to her. Need a shower, apparently. I'm the grossest human in the house. Oh, boy. Regardless if it's him or not, it's his memories and his thoughts, which could still fit into him becoming corrupted or evil. I don't think they're going to go that route, though, and the reason why is because we've just spent 2 stories that... Oh, excuse me, I'm stretching. Oh... We just spent 2 whole stories explaining a father's love for his daughter. Right? That really wouldn't make much sense. From my perspective anyway. Because the way that they have explained everything is the only 2 people in this world, in this universe, that are essentially immortal are Ethan and Rose. They're literally the only 2 that, for all intents and purposes, and for what anybody understands, are essentially immortal. So there's no reason for them to be at odds with each other, because they can live whatever the fuck life they want and still keep going. Right? Ethan may not necessarily be the original Ethan, but it doesn't matter because he keeps coming back for whatever reason. Maybe it's because of love. We don't know. Rose, on the other hand, she's quite literally the successful product of mold and human. And she's the only one who has ever been successful. And it was always theorized through Miranda's work that they would become immortal, and that's one of the reasons why she was doing the research she was doing for Eva, because she was trying to bring her back from the dead and make her immortal so she'd never die again. But that didn't happen, right? She was brought back, but she wasn't Eva, which is why they called her Evelyn or Evelyn. So Rose was always, for lack of a better term, she was the golden child. And technically, she's related to Evelyn, which is why she kept screaming at her, "I came first." Right? So you have the failure versus the golden child. So I don't know if they'd ever go that route. If they did, I don't know. I kind of feel like I was getting cheated. I really do kind of feel like I was getting cheated because, yeah, to me, it just wouldn't make much sense. Like, do you remember when Village came out, how pissed off people were that Chris executed a woman? And we had, like, no frame of reference, right? People were just getting RE8. Nobody had sat there and really finished the game enough for it to go viral just yet or anything like that. So really, most people had no idea. They had just seen what we saw in the trailer, which was, here's Chris. Chris literally executes a woman. And everybody was pissed off because they're like, well, that's not my Chris, right? But then it's explained he wasn't executing a woman. He was executing Miranda, or at least attempting to. Right? So I just... I don't know. I don't know where this is going to go, but I'm eager to find out. I'm really eager to find out. And me personally, I really, really like... Let me do this. Resident Evil Requiem. 12 minutes of gameplay. We're not watching that. This is what I was looking for.
It wasn't always like this. I used to think we were lucky. I thought we had it all. A simple house, good life, Sunday mornings, dance-offs, afternoons at the park, story time.
Just one more, Mama.
It was our perfect little world. Then it started. First the sirens, then the emergency broadcasts.
Due to the citywide outbreak, you were advised to take shelter at the Raccoon City Police Station. Food and medical supplies will be provided to everyone in need.
Then the screams. God, the screams. And then silence. And I learned something I never wanted to know. How fast everything you love can go away. We ran. We fought. We hid. And still, they came. I told myself we would make it. We just needed more time. You always think that you have more time. Until you don't. If anyone finds this, tell them I tried. Tell them I was still me. Right up until the end.
That's the last of them. Facility secured.
Copy that. Raccoon City is ours.
So they do bring up some cool stuff, right? In this video, which I think is actually really, really interesting. So again, it sounds like either somebody like the BSAA, or even just fuck it, the US government, the military, comes in, they take care of the outbreak. That woman was the last one, which I'll be honest, would actually be kind of cool if we could see that woman in the game. Just as a nice little like nod and Easter egg. But yeah, it sounds like either the BSAA or somewhere along the lines of, you know, some version of the US government came in, took care of the outbreak, and now Raccoon City is deemed clear. So now all they really have to do is just worry, or what they think is they only have to worry about rebuilding. Right? Cool idea. And then Grace comes into it, and Leon comes into it, and this new villain comes into it, and we don't know... Well, we don't really know much of anything about this villain. We know a little bit about Grace, probably just enough. And we know everything about Leon. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I personally, again, I think it might be cool to see, like, or hear something relating to Ethan and Rose, but I don't really know how that's gonna go. You know what I mean? Like, it's they're kind of in a weird spot. They rebooted the franchise with 7 and 8. They did a really good job. But now they have to keep it going. And that's a really tall order. Really, really, really tall order. Let me see here. Timeline of Resident Evil. Not 2 years ago. Watch Before Requiem. Yeah, which we did. That's 5 years ago. Is there anything else that's more... Let's do filters. Let's see. What was this? This was 6 days ago. So let's do this week. 11 hours ago. Resident Evil Recap. Complete Timeline Explained. Okay. Outbreak Lore Explained. What to know before Resident Evil Requiem. Sure, fuck it.
With Resident Evil Requiem introducing Grace Ashcroft, the story of Resident Evil Outbreak is more important than ever. Most people skipped Outbreak, and that's about to matter. I'm Katya with Pink Animosity Gaming, and today we're breaking down the lore of Resident Evil Outbreak and how its events could directly shape Resident Evil Requiem.
Okay.
Once the past is buried, it can't be dug up.
Also, by the way, from what I understand, Resident Evil Outbreak, most people skipped because it wasn't good. Like, the story was fine, but from what I understand, it was co-op, and even when it wasn't co-op, the AI was kind of crap and everything, and it was just, it was a mess. The game itself was a mess.
Open wounds are left to fester and rot.
One of the most unique things about Resident Evil Outbreak is that it isn't built around a single protagonist. Instead, players choose from 8 survivors, and who you pick changes how the story unfolds. Those characters are RPD officer Kevin Ryman, investigative journalist Alyssa Ashcroft, Jay's bar waitress Cindy Lennox, Raccoon General Hospital surgeon George Hamilton, security guard Mark Wilkins, college student Yoko Suzuki, Kite Bros railway employee Jim Chapman, and plumber David King. And there's a reason I'm listing their occupations alongside their names. In Outbreak, who these people were before the tragic destruction of Raccoon City directly shapes their path in the story. Everything is downstream of a previously mundane life. Their occupations determine their personalities, their strengths, and even how they interact with one another. Just like in real life, some personalities naturally work together, others clash, and depending on who survives and who they survive with, entirely different endings can come to fruition. That's what makes Outbreak so unusual yet compelling. The story of Outbreak isn't delivered in a clean chronological order. It's fragmented, perspective-driven, and sometimes seemingly contradictory. As the player, you enter different memories in the worst days of their lives. It's only when you piece every scenario together, however, that that a surprisingly coherent timeline emerges. So for the sake of clarity, I'm going to walk through these events in a way that actually makes sense, while highlighting where the character choices change the outcome.
Playing it safe may be best, but that's not what I call truly living.
Our story begins in the year 1993, 5 years before the destruction of the city. Kurt, Alyssa Ashcroft's fellow journalist at the Raccoon Press, ventured to a remote hospital to investigate a series of mysterious deaths stemming from the treatment that the patients received. Beforehand, he had made inquiries into the pharmaceutical entity involved, only for the Raccoon Police Department to stage a cover-up. They were surely complicit in this tragedy, and Kurt was determined to solve the case to hold those responsible accountable. This hospital, tucked away in the foothills of the Arklay Mountains, was more than met the eye. It was merely the tip of an unfathomable iceberg, a sign of horrendous things to come. Unbeknownst to Kurt, Alyssa quietly tagged along to get in on this monumental news story. The fledgling reporter was eager to sink her teeth into a juicy story to elevate her editorial profile. Little did Alyssa know that something was having teeth sunk into it, and it wasn't a story. She arrived at the hospital only to be immediately greeted by a horrific sight. Kurt was being devoured alive by a woman ravaged by a disease that Alyssa couldn't identify at first glance. Alyssa made her escape, only to be hunted down by an umbrella scientist and having her memories wiped through an experimental procedure.
Huh.
After a time jump, our story picks back up again in late September of 1998. The survivors were killing time at Jack's bar until an unusual man stumbled in. The cook at Jack's bar, Cindy's friend Will, was viciously attacked by the man and succumbed to blood loss. Before any of the survivors could make sense of the situation, a swarm of people with the same appearance as the strange man pounded against the bar's windows. It became apparent that this motley crew of clashing personalities needed to set aside their differences to make it out of this building alive. Throughout the course of their ordeals, the survivors realized that the same infection that fueled the undead hordes was the same infection currently coursing through their own bodies. The water supply in Raccoon City was the source of the outbreak, and then came an even more frightening realization. If the viral load in their bodies reached a certain threshold, they would surely join the ranks of the undead themselves. Avoiding this fate was easier said than done. Viral contamination lingered everywhere, the floors and surfaces in public spaces. The survivors couldn't afford to linger in one spot for very long, as dawdling meant certain death. They traversed the whole city in their frantic quest to escape, including the local zoo.
I'm not entirely sold, and maybe it's just me, but I'm not entirely sold on the mechanic of if you dawdle for too long, or if you stay for too long in one spot, that you're going to end up being a lot closer to that specific threshold where you turn. I like the concept of it, but I don't think that's really a good mechanic to go through. I kind of feel like I understand what they were trying to do, but I kind of feel like what they could have done instead is they make it so that there's a sense of urgency, right? So you always have this tension, and then maybe you have a couple of triggers along the way in the game where people just kind of start feeling worse, right? And you don't really tell anybody what those triggers are, because maybe you put it on a variable thing. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea, but it gives the illusion versus you actually having to deal with that, because that's just a pain in the ass. Mechanically, that's a massive pain in the ass. It would make more sense. What would make more sense, Aelin? What I said? Yeah, it just... I kind of feel like adding that whole mechanic, when you add a mechanic like that, the problem is that now you have a ticking clock, right? And when you have a ticking clock, you can't do much of anything. You have to constantly keep going. So, like, you can't really stop and try and look at everything and try and figure everything out and look at the I don't like the term, but world building that they've done. Maybe pick up on clues, or say listen to a radio that's on and maybe there's a news report, or listen to, you know, a news report on the TV or something along those lines, or like get in a car and all of a sudden there's an announcement from the Raccoon City government and this is what's going. Like, you don't have time to read, you don't have time to watch anything, you don't have time to listen to anything. Your sole focus is, I have to get the fuck out of here, right? Especially if you make it a mechanic. Now, if you take that mechanic away and you just put it on like a couple of triggers, which could be variable, right, for each character, you have that sense of tension, you have that sense of urgency, but sitting there and allowing people to do all these things and to explore a little bit and so on makes the world so much better for having done something like that. Because the problem is twofold, right? If you have a player that is more concerned about making it to the end and getting the fuck out, they're going to forego any lore stuff that might be really, really cool that they could throw in for the sake of not having to go through all this again. But it, as well as, enables the development team to sit there and go, well, I mean, there's no point in putting any of this shit in. It's not like anybody's going to be doing it anyway, right? So it's like they're hamstringing themselves at the same time. But I think that's one of the reasons why I like RE7 and RE8 as much as I do, is because they have all these little nods to things that have happened previously. They bring characters back that we haven't seen in a minute. They introduce new characters and tie them into the old ones and tie them into older stuff. It all allows you to take the time needed. And I kind of feel like that's really, really important. Especially if you're going to have it, and you got to remember, these started out as console games, but they were always mainline games, whether it was on the PS1 or the PS2, or when it finally came over to PC, they were always mainline games. Everybody knew when a new Resident Evil came out. So if you're going to be that big, you gotta give people the time to like actually appreciate the things that you've done. And again, with that mechanic, it just kind of strips all of that out, which is sad.
Hotel, Raccoon General Hospital, the Raccoon Police Department, and even the subway systems under the city. There was almost nowhere they didn't explore for answers. Alyssa in particular made her way to the outskirts of the city in the surrounding Arklay Mountains, where she encountered a very peculiar old man. This old man was none other than Al Lester, the director of the hospital Kurt was investigating before his tragic demise. The zombie that ate Kurt was Al's wife Dorothy, who had been administered the T-virus in the hopes that it would cure her previous medical ailments. Everything started to come back to Alyssa all at once. She was reliving all of the memories that Umbrella forcefully stole from her. With the help of her fellow survivors, she was able to defeat the madman responsible for Kurt's death, and watched from afar as that unresolved chapter of her life was brought to a close. However, more was left for Alyssa to accomplish. She owed it to Kurt to fully blow the whistle on everything the two of them had endured, even if that meant going back in for more evidence. As the survivors ventured deeper into the belly of the beast, they made a remarkable discovery. Yoko Suzuki was far from the innocent college student she claimed to be. She was an Umbrella scientist who was complicit in T-virus testing. Unable to live with the guilt of the atrocities she took part in, she voluntarily had Dr. Greg Mueller wipe her memory in the same procedure he forced onto Alyssa. Her memory memories returned to her through encountering her old coworkers in Umbrella's underground facilities. Ultimately, she activated the self-destruct sequence in the lab to sever her last ties to Umbrella. She now stood determined to live with her past without running away from it. She had a duty to herself and to the other survivors to escape and to blow the whistle on Umbrella's unethical experimentation. The next step in their journey came courtesy of Dr. George Hamilton. When he and the other survivors explored the RPD earlier, he found a letter from Dr. Peter Jenkins. Jenkins addressed this letter to George specifically because Jenkins was familiar with George's prowess in the medical field. The letter instructed George to head to the university for further instructions. With no other leads, the survivors made their way to the university for more information. Once the survivors reached the university, they found out from Dr. Jenkins that there was a potential cure for the virus that threatened to overtake them, the Daylight Cure. It was an antidote that had never been synthesized before due to the limited availability of the components needed to make it. Each of them would need to explore every last inch of the university to cobble the formula together. Jenkins wouldn't be able to assist them as he was already taken out by Dr. Greg Mueller. Jenkins and Mueller discovered the Daylight Cure together, which Mueller used to blackmail Umbrella to cease their plans of mass producing his greatest experiment by threatening to cure their signature virus.
Okay, but wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. So, and again, this is where sometimes the writing falls apart. Why would you blackmail? It just, okay. Let's say, put this into real world perspective. Let's say that you are a doctor and you find a cure, but it's not only just any old cure. It's the cure for literally every and all cancers ever, right? And you find out that there's a, say, pharmaceutical company that has been making people sick this entire time, and like violently sick, and they are dying of cancer, various different cancers, and so on. As a doctor, if you found out that they were like, oh yeah, no, we're going to mass produce this, why would you blackmail them? You could easily tell them, listen, if you even try, I'm going to blow the whistle before you can even start getting anything done, and then do it anyway. Right? So now you've kept them at bay and you fucked them. So why a doctor would keep that as blackmail, I have no idea.
Following the initial leak of T-Virus into the water supply, Mueller wanted the Daylight Cure to die with Jenkins so that his project would remain unimpeded. This meant that the survivors would need to assemble this cure fully by themselves, completely unassisted. Just when the survivors thought things couldn't get any worse, a hulking monstrosity leapt through the university's walls and began to stalk them around every corner with its inhuman agility. Created by Dr. Mueller, the creature was a tyrant model dubbed Thanatos, after the Greek god of death. This name was fitting, as this behemoth had a range of fatal attacks that the survivors had to dodge while locating the ingredients necessary for the Daylight Cure. Wait.
That's actually really funny. I didn't realize there was somebody else with this character. That's awesome. So watch this main character and then watch the secondary character. Watch what happens with the secondary.
Was fitting, as this behemoth had a range of fatal
You're thinking, oh shit, okay, I gotta pull the switch and this, that, and the other thing, and then this happens.
The survivors had to dodge while locating the ingredients necessary for the Daylight Cure. As it turns out, the whole reason why Thanatos was pursuing them in the first place was due to the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service's mission to infiltrate the university to retrieve the creature. This UBCS unit was led by Nikolai Zinoviev, the same man who would go on to torment Jill Valentine during her escape from the city. Greg unleashed Thanatos on the meddling mercenaries in their makeshift base. survivors. Nikolai attempted to collect a blood sample from the creature, and for his troubles, the entire squad was wiped out except for himself. Nikolai, not wanting to return empty-handed, prepared himself for the next encounter. Meanwhile, inside the university, the survivors managed to temporarily subdue the monster with electrocution and stole the blood sample pod from its shoulder to use in the daylight cure. In another part of the university, Greg Mueller was disposed of by Nikolai before he could order Thanatos to slay any remaining survivors. Nikolai instead elected to destroy the university with C4 charges that he rigged up prior to punching Mueller's ticket. The survivors escaped the explosion, but Thanatos wasn't so lucky. Sure, he took the brunt of the blast, but he wouldn't go down that easily. The survivors planned their escape, only to be pursued by the Menace once again. This time he had mutated, losing an arm but gaining even greater musculature and sharper claws.
Jesus.
Through their combined strength and resilience, the survivors managed to inject Thanatos with the daylight cure, bringing an end to this part of their week-long nightmare. Following the intense final showdown with Thanatos, each survivor was administered the daylight cure. The infections that they had been staving off for the past few days were cured at last. After they made their way to safety, they watched the destruction of the city in a mixture of bewilderment and catharsis. Every aspect of their lives went up in smoke all at once, but it meant that they weren't on the run anymore. For better or worse, the threat was seemingly neutralized in a very permanent way. Each of the 8 survivors went their separate ways, most of them retiring off to places more peaceful, but one survivor in particular devoted her life to unveiling the corruption they had all endured that night, discontent with letting those responsible fade with the ashes of the city.
Okay.
What the?
I love how almost every major boss in RE is just beaten in most cases by just shooting it with bullets. Well, either that or rocket launcher.
Before I dive any further into how Outbreak informs the events of Requiem, be warned that this section may contain spoilers for Requiem. If you don't want to have the game's events potentially spoiled, now is your chance to click off. Now that I got that warning out of the way, let's continue. Outbreak itself carries immense importance in the history of Resident Evil's revolving door of gameplay ideas. After all, Outbreak was the first title to have online multiplayer, a feature that is ubiquitous now, was very much in its infancy in the mid-2000s when each game was released. When File 1 dropped in 2004, only about 50% of the American population had access to a broadband internet connection, and it's not like the internet speeds were back then what they are today.
Fair
While
enough.
The sales figures were quite healthy, the functionality of the game suffered from being too ahead of its time. As more homes began to adopt internet connectivity, Capcom would implement online multiplayer in future Resident Evil titles such as Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6. Outbreak has an understated role in making the franchise what it is today. Due to this significance, it makes complete sense as to why Capcom decided to revisit a prominent character from this spin-off series. Our protagonist in the upcoming game, Resident Evil Requiem, is Grace Ashcroft, the daughter of Outbreak protagonist Alyssa Ashcroft. It might seem like a random choice, but this has been in the works for years. Alyssa was referenced in a file in Resident Evil 7, a Dulvey Daily article she wrote about the Dulvey incident in the swamps of Louisiana. This development goes to show that Alyssa had become more prolific in her work following the Raccoon City outbreak, fighting bioterrorism with a pen and paper instead of conventional weapons. There was also an Outbreak reference in Resident Evil 3 Remake when Jill is walking through downtown Raccoon City.
RPD dispatch, this is 153. I'm trapped in North Garden with 3 civilians. West side, cafeteria, back of the kitchen. One of us is injured and immobilized. Please advise.
Being referenced in this way meant that it was only a matter of time until Alyssa was brought back into the crosshairs. With the reappearance of Alyssa, we could see any number of Outbreak characters brought back into focus with the fidelity of Capcom's RE engine. The second Outbreak character with the largest chance of reappearing would be Yoko Suzuki. This is a no-brainer, as Alyssa and Yoko bonded over both being highly inquisitive. They even have a special ending together. It would be fascinating to see how different characters in Outbreak react to Alyssa's death, and to see how the gang has been holding up so many years after the destruction of their home turf. With the return to Raccoon City, we might revisit key areas from Files 1 and 2, along with Alyssa's old workplace, the Raccoon Press. There's a possibility that this hypothetical trip down memory lane could be relevant to gameplay. Perhaps at some point in the story, Grace finds her mother's original publications from before the destruction of Raccoon City. Speaking of Grace, Outbreak might just contain the answer for why she is so sought after by the new antagonist, Victor Gideon. According to Gideon,
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft, through you, Elpis can finally be set free.
if Grace's blood is so important, it could be due to her mother receiving the daylight cure prior to her birth. Perhaps the daylight cure mixed with the lingering bits of the T-virus created subtle genetic mutations in Alyssa that she passed down to Grace, giving Grace's blood unique properties. After all, we know that exposure to the viruses can have a subtle mutation effect, as seen with Jill Valentine's delayed aging from her exposure to the T-virus, and with Sherry Birkin's healing factor from her exposure to the G-virus. We also know through Albert Wesker and his son Jake Mueller that genetic mutations brought about by viruses can be inherited by offspring. Contrary to popular belief, when a character in this series is administered a cure to any virus, bits of that virus will remain in their body indefinitely. Whether or not this holds true for Grace and Alyssa remains to be seen, but at least through our analysis of Outbreak, we can take an educated step in the right direction.
Even I've had enough. Just thinking about the column I have to write.
When you step back and examine Resident Evil Outbreak in its entirety, it stops being an obscure spin-off and starts feeling like something much more deliberate, unique, and powerful. It's a story about ordinary people, not special forces fighters or battle-hardened heroes, being pushed to their absolute limits in the most dire of circumstances. The characters, their personalities, and the choices they make don't just shape the gameplay, they change how the story ends. The fragmented, perspective-driven approach is exactly why Outbreak still matters. Now with Resident Evil Requiem introducing Grace Ashcroft, that perspective finally carries forward and is set to a new purpose. If Alyssa had made different choices that night, she wouldn't have survived and created a legacy beyond herself. Alyssa Ashcroft didn't just make it out of Raccoon City alive. She documented it, questioned it, and exposed it. She refused to be silenced, and through her courage, dragged all of the monsters into the daylight. And if Resident Evil Requiem is willing to inherit and embrace that legacy, then it isn't just revisiting the Outbreak, it's finally addressing it. Grace is the human embodiment of the aftermath. What happens when the truth survives, even when the city doesn't? So whether Requiem directly references these events or simply echoes them thematically, Outbreak gives us the lens to understand what Capcom may be laying the groundwork for.
Well, I mean, to be fair, right? Because you said it too, Aylin, curing things never actually cures it. Leon is supposed to be cured from Las Plagas. The last time we see him in a game is RE4. And he gets infected with Las Plagas, and then he goes about his duty, you know, saves fucking what's-her-name, and all that crap. But it looks like he's kind of on his last legs in 9. And I kind of like the idea that maybe Grace inherits some stuff from her mother, only because her mother was originally infected, and now, I mean, it doesn't matter now because her mother's dead, but her mother survived long enough as a regular person, as just a normal person, that that genetic data was passed on to Grace. So maybe it's manifesting in her too? I don't know.
This isn't about knowing every ending or remembering every detail. It's about understanding why this story suddenly matters again, and why it might shape what comes next. And as we head into Resident Evil Requiem, this might be the last time Resident Evil Outbreak is just a faded relic of the past, instead becoming a sturdy foundation for the future of Resident Evil. If you're hyped like I am for Requiem, stay tuned. I have a brand new Requiem video dropping on February 21st, and I will be streaming the full game on release day, February 27th, both at 11 a.m. Central Time. I'm looking forward to playing this game for the first time with all of you lovely people. Thank you guys for watching. If you like this video, consider leaving a like, comment, or a subscribe. Before I end the video, I want to hear your thoughts. Which Outbreak characters do you want to see in Requiem? Who's your favorite character from Outbreak? Would you like to see Outbreak receive a remake or a re-release? Leave your answers in the comments below. So until we meet,
I'll give you my answer. No. I think it was a cool idea. There were a lot of cool concepts in Outbreak in terms of game mechanics and seeing what works and seeing what doesn't. But we already have everybody that we need to transferred over from Outbreak to be transferred over. Obviously, Capcom didn't really think any of the rest of them were worth it. And I kind of have to agree. Nikolai being in RE3 Remake, fine. We have a little bit more backstory when it comes to Nikolai. That's kind of cool. I like that. We have, Grace's mother. And obviously she made it out. And that's great. And seemingly it looks like we're going to get the events of her death at the beginning of RE9. And that's great. Fantastic. So I don't feel like we need anybody else from Resident Evil Outbreak. I also don't think we need I don't think we need a remake of Resident Evil Outbreak either. Yeah, I don't think so. Welcome back, Bleached. To me, it wouldn't make any sense. It just really wouldn't. Again, cool ideas, cool concepts, but if you're going to keep that crap in, then it's just let it die. It's fine. I don't think anybody's really going to piss and moan. We're not in the day and age anymore where, if you wanted the entire story of Kingdom Hearts 5 years ago before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, you had to somehow get your hands on 2 Japanese cell phone games that never came out in the States and were never translated into English, or learn how to speak Japanese and read kanji so that you could actually watch somebody's playthrough video of the damn thing. We're not in that age anymore, right? Now you can just get, I'm pretty sure what do they call it? Kingdom Hearts 2.5 or 2.9, the story so far or something like that, and it gives you literally everything you need to know. I kind of feel like we don't need Outbreak. The ideas are cool, the story's cool, but we don't need a remake. We don't. I mean, what do you guys think? That's a whole mess with Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I won't play it. That's one of the big reasons I won't play it. Because it is a mess. It's a complete mess. And I'm good. My brain already hurts enough as it is most of the time. I don't need my brain to melt every single time I pick up a video game. You know what I mean? So, but I am going to like the video. I will definitely like the video. I don't think she did a bad job. At the very least, go like the video. Because I don't like showing stuff like this without attribution. So yeah, please at least go do that. Well, the $14 legend. Let's see what he has to say, because this is the complete timeline. Never mind. Okay. That's all done in Indian, it looks like. So that's not going to go well. Mostly because I don't know Indian or speak Indian. Try to explain the entire plot of Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, no, that's never going to happen. never gonna happen. I mean, I can give you the fucking dime store version of it. Kid gets trapped in with fucked up Disney characters who are fighting a thing called the Shadow, and then Final Fantasy shows up and they fuck things up even more, and them and other Disney characters fight other things and the Shadow and each other, and then the main character disappears from the first game, and then the second game you're playing another character who kind of sort of somewhat has some sort of connection to the first character but isn't the first character. He's actually like another character, but he is also the same character, and then shit gets really confusing after that. The end. See, that's all you need to know about Kingdom Hearts. There you go. And I know that there are like several people right now who literally just had a stroke listening to that, which, fair enough. Totally fair enough.
Leon Scott Kennedy was born in 1977. There isn't much information about his past, other than the fact that he graduated from the police academy at the age of 21. During that time, he became friends with another recruit named Ark Thompson. While Ark eventually became a private detective, Leon requested to be assigned to the Raccoon City Police Department. In 1998, he was scheduled to begin his career as a police officer. The reason he specifically chose Raccoon City was because of the numerous reports of murders taking place in the Arklay Mountains. And anyone familiar with the story knows that those murders were actually incidents involving the Umbrella virus. That's when everything started to fall apart. Leon's girlfriend couldn't accept that he was moving to another city and broke up with him on the eve of his first day on the job.
Okay.
Leon drowned his sorrows in alcohol and ended up passing out.
What?
Naturally, he overslept and rushed to Raccoon City. And this is where the events of Resident Evil 2 begin, both in the original version and in the remake, which have narrative differences, but overall tell the same story. Leon arrives in the city only to discover it has become a full-blown zombie apocalypse. While fleeing from the creatures, he meets Claire Redfield, who had also just arrived in the city in search of her brother, Chris Redfield. The two escape together in a police car but end up crashing into an out-of-control truck and get separated. They are forced to take different paths, but agree to reunite at the police department. Inside the RPD, Leon encounters Lieutenant Marvin Branagh, who is already infected. Before dying and turning into a zombie, Marvin reveals to Leon everything that happened in the city, including Umbrella's involvement. He also encounters Sherry Birkin, who runs away in fear because she is being chased by a monster, but she is later found by Claire. Another character Leon meets is Ada Wong. In the original game, she claims she is there looking for her missing boyfriend, who worked for Umbrella. In the remake, she says she is an FBI agent searching for evidence linking Umbrella to the city's incidents.
Yeah.
Leon decides to help her, and they go to see a journalist named Ben Bertolucci, who was locked up after investigating Umbrella. Afraid of dying, Ben had chosen to hide inside a cell, but he is ultimately killed by a monster. The pair are forced to move on. Along the way, Leon faces several monsters besides zombies, such as lickers and other creatures. He is relentlessly pursued by Mr. X, and must also defeat, more than once, William Birkin, Sherry's father, who had infected himself with the G-virus and transformed into an extremely powerful creature. He was the monster chasing Sherry, because by instinct he was seeking someone genetically compatible for reproduction. Later, Leon and Ada discover an underground Umbrella laboratory. There, Leon learns Ada's true identity, a spy hired by a rival company, sent to steal a sample of the G-virus. Depending on the version of the game, Ada either falls from a structure in the lab or is gravely wounded by Mr. X. Either way, in all versions she confesses that she has fallen in love with Leon, and the two share a kiss before she supposedly dies. With the Umbrella facility about to self-destruct,
which, okay, I never understood that. And maybe it's just me, but I never understood that. Leon, I've fallen in love with you, even though we've literally only known each other for like 20 minutes because I'm only in the game for that long. Like, huh?
Leon has no time to mourn. He must escape immediately. Mr. X, a tyrant created by Umbrella to eliminate all witnesses and survivors of Raccoon City.
This is where I can definitively say the remakes are better. Right? She does not express her love for Leon. She expresses her attraction to Leon, which is different from love, right? Hey, you know, maybe if things were different. Okay, cool. Then she meets back up with him again in RE4, right? There's still that tension between them. Cool. But this whole I love you? Ew. No. You known him for 20 minutes. And most of the time, you've been trying to fuck him over.
Had been pursuing Leon since the police station. This time, however, with Ada's help, having survived and from the shadows tossing him a rocket launcher, Leon finally defeats him once and for all. At the last second, he boards the train that is already in motion and reunites with Claire and Sherry. But there is no time for proper greetings, as William Birkin is still chasing them. Leon defeats the monster for good, and they manage to escape the city through a secret tunnel connected to the lab. The laboratory explodes, but Leon, Claire, and Sherry successfully make it out of Raccoon City alive. After escaping Raccoon City, Leon and Claire part ways. Claire resumes her search for Chris, while Leon and Sherry are taken into custody by the US government. Leon is interrogated by Agent Adam Benford, but during the questioning he does not mention Claire or Ada. To his surprise, the government is interested in recruiting him, as he now has enough experience and knowledge to combat bioterrorist threats. He accepts the offer on the condition that Sherry receive proper treatment and be well cared for. After undergoing special training, Leon rises from rookie cop to a government agent specializing in the fight against bioterrorism. In his first months as an agent, Leon contacts his old friend Ark Thompson, hiring him to investigate suspicious Umbrella activity on Sheena Island.
Okay.
This leads to the events of Resident Evil Survivor.
Oh.
And honestly, it was a huge mess Ark got himself into just to help Leon. But in the end, things work out.
I think wasn't Resident Evil Survivor, there was like an early first-person thing, and it was really crap.
Around the same time, the events of Resident Evil Code Veronica take place. Leon is contacted by Claire, who had been captured by Umbrella and taken to Rockford Island. He is on a mission and cannot help her directly at that moment, but he manages to get in touch with Chris, who is in Europe investigating leads against Umbrella. Leon informs Chris of the situation, and he goes to rescue his sister. In the end, Chris and Claire manage to escape alive. However, they discover something troubling. Albert Wesker is still alive, becoming one of the most wanted criminals among the agencies fighting Umbrella and bioterrorism. In 2002, the events of Resident Evil, The Dark Side Chronicles unfold. Leon is sent to South America to capture a drug lord named Javier Hidalgo. By his side is U.S. Army agent Jack Krauser, who knows virtually nothing about the bioterrorist threats emerging around the world.
Oh, okay.
In addition to dealing with the drug lord who controlled the region, Leon and Krauser must investigate a possible connection between Javier and a former Umbrella researcher. This ex-member had supplied Javier with samples of the T. Veronica and the T. virus, spreading zombies and bioorganic weapons throughout the area. During the mission, Leon tells Krauser about the events in Raccoon City and Rockford Island, bringing him up to speed on everything involving Umbrella. They also meet Manuela Hidalgo, Javier's daughter, who suffers from a serious illness. Javier has been using the T. Veronica virus in an attempt to cure her. But he was using the children of that village as guinea pigs to achieve this goal. In the end, Javier transforms into a bioorganic weapon after merging with a plant infected by T. Veronica. Leon earns Manuela's trust, and she helps him defeat her own father, ending the local threat.
What?
After the mission, Manuela is taken into U.S. government custody.
Wait, her fucking arm turns on... She goes Johnny Blaze? What the fuck?
Krauser is severely injured during the battle and ends up leaving the army. Shortly afterward, he is mysteriously declared dead. What no one knows is that Krauser begins to see bioorganic weapons as a source of power. He fakes his own death to track down the person who supplied Javier with the virus, and observing everything from a distance, we discover that it was none other than Albert Wesker. In 2004, the events of Resident Evil 4 take place. The daughter of the President of the United States, Ashley Graham, is kidnapped and taken to a remote village in Spain. Leon is sent to rescue her and soon discovers that this is far more than a simple kidnapping. Ashley has been captured by a cult called Los Illuminados, which uses a parasite known as Las Plagas to control people. The cult's leader is Osmond Sadler. He is able to control the infected because he possesses a dominant strain of the parasite. Leon is eventually captured by the cultists, where he meets Luis Serra, but he manages to escape and resumes his search for Ashley.
Yeah.
He finds her in a church, and throughout their journey, the two discover that they have also been infected with Las Plagas. Before long, they will be completely overtaken by the parasite, and consequently, Sadler will be able to control them as well. The objective behind Ashley's kidnapping was precisely to infect her with Las Plagas, send her back to the United States, and use control over her to trigger a large-scale infection across the country. In doing so, the Los Illuminados cult would be able to seize power and dominate everything. Now, Leon's goal was to find a way to remove the parasite and put an end to the cult in the process. Throughout this journey, in which Ashley is kidnapped and rescued multiple times, Leon also counts on a few allies. Luis, whom we discover is actually a scientist, and the mysterious Ada Wong, who is still alive. She confirms that she truly is a spy working for a shadowy faction called the Organization, of which Albert Wesker is also a member. At first, Ada's objective is to rescue Luis Serra, who...
Oh shit, wait a minute. I just thought of something. So we have... What was the name of the... What was the name of the shadowy group that Mia was a part of? Let me see here. Hang on. What group was Mia part of in Resident Evil? The Connections. So you have the Organization, and then you also have the Connections. Okay.
Been a member of the cult, but betrayed them and stole a sample of the dominant Plaga. However, the mission fails because Osmond Sadler reaches him first and kills him. Meanwhile, Leon continues his search for Ashley, and along the way, defeats Sadler's top lieutenants, Bitores Mendez and Ramon Salazar. What truly shocks Leon, however, is his reunion with Jack Krauser. Now Krauser is also a member of the Organization, and had been sent before Ada to infiltrate Los Illuminados and steal a sample of the dominant Plaga. To gain Sadler's trust, Krauser was responsible for Ashley's kidnapping and was also infected with one of the Plagas.
Well, actually, hang on one second. Let me what happened to the Organization from Resident Evil? The Umbrella Corporation collapsed. No. What happened to the group? The Organization from Resident Evil. Okay, so the Organization, also known as the Agency, mysterious rival to firm Umbrella that employed Albert Wesker and Ada Wong, faded from prominence after Resident Evil 5. While they were instrumental in stealing Umbrella's research and aiding its downfall, their ultimate fate is unclear, likely collapsing or being absorbed by newer entities like Tricell or the Connections after Wesker's death. The Connections. International crime syndicate founded by Brandon Bailey. Who the fuck is Brandon Bailey? Oh, God. Wait, hang on. So we need to... God damn it. The Connections encountered Miranda and offered her their help in finding a means to resurrect her daughter, Eva. Miranda, in turn, gave them some kind of mold in Eva's DNA. Soon after joining the Connections research team to help them work on creating a new bioweapon, the use of the mold. Fair enough. There we go. Okay. Collaboration with HCF to creation of the new fungus. Yada, yada, yada. Right. The goal of the organization was to use mind control as a weapon itself and plan to sell their child subjects to allow the takeover of regions without the use of more traditional bioweapons, which could bring socioeconomic problems as well as the needs of conventional weapons like nuclear, firearms, or chemical weapons as well. Creation of the first E-Type, or Evelyn, in 2014. Competing companies as well as other manufacturers started considering... but seriously concerned of their survival in the changing market, since Evelyn and other BOWs like her could render all conventional weapons obsolete. Okay. Baker House incident, we know all that. Excuse me. At some point, Blue Umbrella became aware of Evelyn's presence and began monitoring the Baker Ranch. While becoming suspicious, Lucas was working with them. 2017, Blue Umbrella neutralized both Evelyn and Lucas, leaving no one left on the Baker Ranch. The Connections would later inform Mother Miranda of Rose Winter's existence. So the Connection still exists. Huh. Blue Umbrella. Why do I know that one? I know where it's from, but let's see. USA's assets. In its revived form, Umbrella USA changed the logo to a blue to indicate its separation from its predecessor, red, to the public, but the company still kept its original name to make it clear to the public that they are cleaning up the mess they started with the original Umbrella Corporation as atonement. Tasked with assisting the war on terror using research. Okay, yeah, so... and then Baker House incident. Although not being directly related to the Village incident in February 2021, Blue Umbrella supplied the Hound Wolf Squad with equipment such as the med injector. Okay.
This makes his loyalty to the organization highly questionable. In fact, Ada was also there with orders to eliminate Krauser if he went out of control. In the remake, Leon defeats and kills him, but in the original game, Leon only defeats him. It is Ada who ultimately finishes him off. After many confrontations, Leon rescues Ashley and finds a device Luis had mentioned that can remove the parasites from their bodies. They successfully eliminate the Plagas and soon afterward face Sadler. With history repeating itself, and Ada once again helping by tossing him a rocket launcher, Leon defeats Sadler and brings the cult to an end. However, Ada surprises him by pointing a gun at his head and takes the dominant Plaga sample with her to deliver to the organization. Before leaving, she warns him that the island is about to explode and gives him the key to a jet ski she had prepared so he and Ashley can escape. With that, Leon completes his mission and returns to the United States with the president's daughter safe.
Yep, they return from Spain all the way to the U.S. by jet ski.
Afterward, Leon files a full report about his experience in Spain and about Las Plagas. The report is forwarded to the BSAA, the new anti-bioterrorism organization founded by Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine, so they can study this new threat and combat it in the future. 1 year later, in 2005, the events of the
Does that make sense? Well, that's the funny thing is they don't actually, like, explain how they get back at all. The last thing you see in Resident Evil 4 is they're on the jet ski and yeah, they're talking for a little bit, and if I remember correctly, she tries to like flirt with him a little bit, and he basically like blows her off. And he's like, but either way, we got to get you home. Let's go. And then they just jet ski off into the endless blue. That's literally, and then it fades to black, and that's it. And we don't know how they got back to the U.S. So the joke has just been, oh yeah, no, they jet skied from Spain all the way to the U.S.
Resident Evil Degeneration take place. Bioterrorist attacks are becoming increasingly common. A T-virus outbreak had occurred in India, but was contained thanks to a vaccine developed by a company called Will Pharma. Shortly after, a new T-virus incident breaks out at Harvardville Airport. Will Pharma and the U.S. government are called in, and Leon is assigned to the mission. He rescues the survivors trapped inside the zombie-infested airport, and to his surprise, one of them is Claire Redfield herself. After containing the outbreak, Leon launches an investigation that leads to a former Will Pharma employee and ex-member of the NGO TerraSave, named Curtis Miller. With the help of Agent Angela Miller, Curtis's sister, Leon begins pursuing him. However, Curtis attacks Will Pharma's headquarters and even infects himself with a stolen sample of the G-virus. After a frantic chase, an underwater kiss, and an intense battle, Leon defeats Curtis. But the story doesn't end there. Digging deeper into the investigation, Leon and Claire discover that the true villain is Frederick Downing, a Will Pharma executive and the creator of the T-virus vaccine. Downing is a survivor of Raccoon City and had stolen samples of both the T-virus and the G-virus to develop the vaccine. Now, he is trafficking the virus and selling the vaccine to a dictator named General Miguel Grande, using Curtis as a scapegoat.
General Miguel Big?
He was also the true mastermind behind the airport incident. Once the truth comes to light, Leon and Claire expose him, and Frederick Downing is ultimately arrested.
Holy boobs. Jesus Christ. You see the lady on those tits? Fuck.
Leon, let's go diving together again.
Love to.
In 2006, the events of Resident Evil Infinite Darkness take place. Survivors of a war in Panamstan begin a movement to attack the U.S. government. Their goal is to expose illegal activities involving the creation of bioorganic weapons. These events end up involving both Leon and Claire Redfield. The two manage to stop the villains from leaking classified information and releasing bioorganic weapons on American soil. However, as a consequence, both Leon and Claire uncover part of the illegal activities carried out by the
I think
US
she'd have to wear like an extra 200 pounds of gear just to be able to sink.
Government itself. Claire wants the evidence in order to expose the truth, but Leon refuses to give it to her. Claire is shocked and disappointed, believing that Leon is protecting the government. In reality, he is protecting her, because he knows that the moment she tries to expose the truth, they will come after her and eliminate her. He would rather have her angry at him than see her put in danger. Will Pharma shut down and was acquired by Tricell, which became the new pharmaceutical giant. But guess what? Tricell was also corrupt, and was even led by Albert Wesker himself.
Of course it
However,
was.
That wouldn't last for many years. In 2009, the events of Resident Evil 5 take place, where Chris Redfield and the BSAA must combat not only Las Plagas, but also a new parasitic virus called Ouroboros. Leon's reports help Chris gain the knowledge necessary to face these threats. In the end, Wesker is killed by Chris and Sheva Alomar, bringing his plan for global domination to an end. In 2011, the events of the film Resident Evil: Damnation occur. After years of fighting bioorganic weapons, Leon deserved a vacation. But that's not what happened.
Oh.
Even while on leave, he is called in to investigate a civil war in the Eastern Slav Republic. The situation is more serious than it appears. Both the government and the rebels are using bioorganic weapons, mainly Las Plagas. Leon becomes involved with the rebels, who don't fully understand how the parasite works but use it anyway. He tries to bring order to the chaos, but nearly all of the rebels end up dead.
Falling asleep, see you Monday. Bleach, have yourself a great night. Always appreciate you being here, and have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you then.
Atamon, also known as Buddy, consumed by anger, decides to infect himself with a dominant plaga and attacks the Slav government's headquarters with several lickers. During the mission, Leon reunites with Ada Wong.
Football kitty puppy bowl. I forgot the puppy bowl was tomorrow. God damn it. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe on Monday we'll take a look at the kitty and puppy bowl and see the highlights. Because I sure as shit can't do that with the Super Bowl.
She is there on a secret mission, which, of course, she does not reveal to him. Later, we learn that Ada had been sent to steal Las Plagas samples for National Security Advisor Derek Simmons. As the story unfolds, Leon confronts the president of the Eastern Slav Republic, Svetlana Belikova, who had authorized the use of bioorganic weapons in the country. Leon and Buddy even face 3 massive tyrants. Fortunately, Leon's actions are being monitored by the US government, which manages to obtain solid evidence of the Eastern Slav Republic's involvement in bioterrorism. As a result, the US and Russian governments join forces, the outbreak is contained, and the civil war finally comes to an end.
Right.
Leon saves Buddy from the infection, and finally
Yeah, I know. Ada was there to steal something again? It's like, that's literally all she's ever done.
To his vacation. In 2013, the events of Resident Evil 6 take place. Leon travels to Tall Oaks alongside the President of the United States, who is no longer Ashley's father, but Adam Benford, the same man who recruited him after the Raccoon City incident. Benford intends to reveal to the world the truth about the US government's involvement with Umbrella. The reality is that the government had known about Umbrella's activities all along, and at certain times had even collaborated with the company. The destruction of Raccoon City was not only to contain the virus, but also to erase any evidence linking Umbrella to the government. The new president believed that telling the truth would help the country rebuild its credibility and sever any future ties to bioterrorism. They travel to Tall Oaks for this public address. But things spiral out of control. A terrorist attack strikes the city, and a new virus, the C virus, is released.
The C virus.
Of people, including the president himself. Adam transforms into a zombie, and Leon is forced to kill him to save Agent Helena Harper's life. Shortly afterward, Helena reveals that she had indirect involvement in the incident and leads Leon to a nearby cathedral. There she explains that the man responsible for the attack is Derek Simmons, who, in addition to being the National Security Advisor, is the leader of a secret organization called the Family, which uses bioorganic weapons for political manipulation and covert control. Simmons did not want the president to reveal the truth, so he kidnapped...
You see what I mean by holy boobs? Sorry, I didn't mean to actually freeze it on that frame. But you see what I mean about, 24 syndrome? Where it's just constantly bioterrorism, new alphabet virus, new shadowy organization that's trying to destroy the US. The government knows everything that Umbrella did and they're trying to cover it up. It's literally 24 without Jack Bauer.
Helena's sister to force her to participate in the assassination plot. She regretted her role and tried to stop the attack, but failed. The president was killed, and the C virus spread throughout Tall Oaks, causing an outbreak similar to Raccoon City. Shortly afterward, Tall Oaks was also bombed. Leon and Helena survived, but they were ultimately blamed for the incident. At the same time, a similar incident was...
I love how they're using the virus for controlling people. Duh, what else are they going to use it for? Making tacos? Well, and that's kind of the thing, is it felt like... Okay, I can understand with the original T virus, right? It was meant to help cure cancers and other various diseases and everything else, and it went awry, and they, Umbrella covered it up, and, it was possibly going to be used as a bioweapon by the US government if the contract went through and all that other shit. Fine. Fair enough. Right? But we had 3 fucking games of that. And then I'll even accept Las Plagas from RE4 because it's so far removed from all the the Umbrella shit that it's its own thing. And sure, that's possible. Why not? Right? I'll even give it to the Mold because, again, you know, you have evil people out there. They want to rule or ruin or control the world and everybody in it. And okay, fair enough. But it's because all three of them are so far removed from one another that you can have those things happen in the same world. It doesn't make any sense to have the T virus and then the G virus and then the C virus and then the T Veronica virus and then the R virus and the list goes on. It doesn't make any sense. Like, who in their right minds, after what they saw happen with Raccoon City and what happened in Spain and what happened at the airport and what happened in the Slav Republic and what happened, and the list goes on, who in their right mind would ever try and use this thing? It makes no sense.
Unfolding in China, in the city of Lanxiang, caused by another organization known as Neo Umbrella. In order to resolve the situation and clear their names, Leon and Helena head to China. After several events, they arrive in the country and encounter Sherry Birkin and Jake Muller. Sherry, now a government agent, was there alongside Jake under Derek Simmons' orders. And she is shocked when Leon reveals that Simmons is the true mastermind behind the entire crisis. The four of them fight together against the BOW known as Ustanak. Afterward, Sherry tells Leon where she is supposed to meet Simmons. On the way, Leon and Helena spot Ada Wong and decide to follow her. During the pursuit, they run into Chris Redfield and his new partner, Piers Nevins. Chris is obsessed with capturing Ada, believing she was responsible for the deaths of his subordinates months earlier during a mission in Edonia.
No, it's not that he believes it. It's that she literally threw a fucking flechette grenade into the group. So, and he watched it happen. It's not that he believes it, it's that he knows it.
But Leon, who clearly wants to protect her, argues that Ada could be a key witness and that the real person behind everything happening in China is Simmons.
See, this is two dudes, right? And they know each other, and they're like, Chris is like, bro, you got to give her up, man. She's no good for you. And Leon's just like, dude, I know, but I really, really, really want to fuck her. I swear, sometimes I don't know what's more off the wall for story stuff when it comes to RE, the games or the movies. The worst part is from my understanding, they're all connected to each other too. So Capcom doesn't actually discern like, oh, well, only the video games are canon. No, it's all canon.
Not her. After a tense but honest conversation, Chris calms down and agrees to continue the pursuit, this time with the intention of capturing her, not killing her. What neither Leon nor Chris knows at that moment is that the woman they are chasing is not the real Ada, but Carla Radames. Carla is a scientist who worked for Simmons and led experiments with the C virus. Obsessed with Ada, Simmons had forced Carla to undergo experiments to transform her into a perfect clone of her.
What?
Humiliated and stripped of her identity, Carla decides to take revenge. She is the one who founded Neo Umbrella, with the goal of destroying everything connected to Simmons and the secret organization known as the Family.
Why?
However, all of this unfolds behind the scenes. Neither Leon nor Chris learns the full truth at that time. While Chris and Piers continue pursuing Carla, Leon and Helena head to Sherry's meeting point with Simmons to confront him. Sherry gives Leon a chip containing crucial information to stop the C virus. She then leaves with Jake. Shortly afterward, Simmons is attacked by one of Carla's subordinates and becomes infected with the C virus.
Also, does anybody else find it really funny that, especially, I'm going to start giving them word names, Cake Virus, and talking, yeah, fuck it, why not? Does anybody remember back in from the late 90s up through the mid 2010s, and even the late 2010s, right? Because he still had a couple of hangers on how it was always, here's a chip that has all the information on it, not here's a flash drive, or here's an external hard drive, or here, you know, like, or anything like that. It's, here is a chip. It's like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do with this chip? The chip is supposed to be in the computer, not in my fucking hand. Did anybody else notice that ever?
Leon and Helena face Simmons after he is transformed. After an intense battle, they manage to defeat him, or at least, so they believe. Not long after, Leon receives a report from Ingrid Hunnigan informing him that Sherry and Jake have been captured by Neo Umbrella. Upon analyzing the chip, Leon discovers that Jake's blood is the key to curing the C-virus. Then comes the revelation. Jake Muller is the son of none other than Albert Wesker. As if things weren't bad enough, missiles loaded with the C-virus strike another Chinese city, spreading the infection on a massive scale. Leon contacts Chris, who failed to capture Carla, and informs him of Sherry and Jake's capture, revealing that Jake is Wesker's son and the last hope for developing a cure. Chris and Piers receive the duo's location and set out on a rescue mission, while Leon and Helena stay behind to deal with the new outbreak.
Oh boy.
The city is in complete chaos. During the mission, they receive help from Ada Wong, this time the real one.
Oh.
Amid the chaos, Simmons returns, even more grotesquely mutated, and a final battle takes place. During the confrontation, Helena notices the intense chemistry between Leon and Ada. Even while facing such a monstrous enemy, they still find time to flirt. Still, she feels relieved that, in the end, Leon chooses to stay focused on the mission with her, rather than continue chasing Ada. With Simmons finally defeated,
they continue to flirt.
Disappears once again. But before leaving, she provides the agents with evidence proving Simmons' involvement in the attacks, and Leon's innocence. Meanwhile, Chris successfully rescues Sherry and Jake. Jake's blood is used to develop a vaccine against the C-virus, and with that, the threat comes to an end. At least, for now.
Yeah.
After returning to the United States, Leon also secures an official pardon for Helena Harper for her indirect involvement in the president's assassination. With that, everything seemingly returns to normal.
Leon. For the next time you see her.
Yeah.
Women.
After these events, Leon decided to continue fighting the family, but not directly.
Oh no.
After all, he didn't know exactly who its members were. All he knew was that the family operated secretly within the US government itself, pulling the strings from the shadows. That meant anyone in the White House, even the president, could be part of the organization. In fact, this theme was originally meant to be the plot of Resident Evil 7, which would have brought Leon back as the protagonist alongside Sherry Birkin.
Oh boy.
With the family serving as the main antagonist. However, due to the backlash from fans over Resident Evil 6, the project was rebooted from scratch.
Well, yeah, because Resident Evil 6 sucked.
Becoming the Resident Evil 7 we know today. Sometime later, between 2014 and 2016, the events of the film Resident Evil: Vendetta take place. Leon participates in an anti-terrorism operation in Washington. However, the mission turns out to be a trap set by the family itself, which wants Leon eliminated. All the members of his squad are killed, and later turned into zombies. Leon is the only survivor, and is forced to shoot all of his former teammates after they become infected. The experience leaves him deeply shaken. Afterward, he takes a leave of absence and drowns his sorrows in alcohol.
Fair.
Chris Redfield and Rebecca Chambers are searching for him. A new bioterrorist named Glenn Arias has developed a new virus, known as the A virus, using Las Plagas samples as a foundation.
God damn it!
Because of this, Chris and Rebecca seek out Leon.
The Adobo virus.
hoping to rely on his experience against that kind of threat. But Leon is at rock bottom. He is exhausted, frustrated by the fact that the war against bioorganic weapons seems endless. In short, he is depressed and has no desire to keep fighting. Chris and Rebecca try to convince him, especially Chris, who had gone through something similar during the events of Resident Evil 6. However, when an informant is killed and Rebecca is kidnapped, Leon decides to take action.
Avocado, yeah.
Alongside Chris and his team, Leon travels to New York to stop Arias from unleashing the A-virus on the city. Leon and Chris fight side by side against hordes of zombies, and in the final confrontation, they face Arias, who has infected himself with the virus. They defeat the mutated creature and manage to save Rebecca and the city, putting an end to yet another bioterrorist threat. After the mission, Leon wonders how long they will have to keep fighting against bioterrorism. Chris, in a lighter tone, replies that he doesn't usually make long-term plans. 1 year later, the events of the film Resident Evil: Death Island take place.
Oh no.
Leon is now in San Francisco on a mission to capture a man named Antonio Taylor,
Okay.
wanted for espionage and aiding enemy states.
Right.
He has been identified in the city, and a SWAT team is sent to apprehend him.
Okay.
However, the agents are ambushed by a heavily armed unknown group. That same group apparently captures Taylor. All signs indicate that Antonio Taylor was involved in a top-secret U.S. government research project.
Of course.
And now foreign agents are after him.
Yeah.
Leon is informed of the abduction, and when the van transporting Taylor passes by him, he begins a pursuit. He is suddenly attacked by a woman riding another motorcycle. A fierce duel breaks out between them, ending with the woman knocking Leon off his bike and causing him to lose sight of the van. She removes her helmet, revealing herself to be Maria Gomez, former associate of Glenn Arias, who had survived the previous events and is now seeking revenge.
Jesus.
With yet another obstacle in his path, Leon resumes his investigation.
Wait. He said, with yet
another obstacle in his path.
With yet another obstacle in his path. Which obstacle? I see two. And they're both pretty big obstacles.
Leon resumes his investigation, which leads him to Alcatraz Island. There, he infiltrates the old prison through the sewers. What he doesn't know is that, at that very moment, a zombie outbreak is taking place involving Chris Redfield, Claire Redfield, and Jill Valentine. Leon encounters Jill in the sewers, and together they fight off numerous infected, including modified lickers. Afterward, they begin investigating the facility, discovering incubation tubes in the enemy's computer system. The information reveals that Antonio Taylor produced biodrones carrying a modified version of the T-virus.
God damn it.
Intended to be spread worldwide. Leon and Jill confront the man responsible for the situation.
It's the fish taco virus, because it's modified.
A former Umbrella soldier named Dylan Blake. He is a survivor of Raccoon City and a former business partner of Glenn Arias. In fact, this new T-virus is an enhanced version derived from the virus created by Arias. Since Arias, and especially Maria's father, were killed by the heroes, Dylan and Maria decided to join forces to carry out their retaliation. Dylan claims that organizations like the BSAA, the DSO, and TerraSave believe they are saving innocent people from criminals and evil corporations like Umbrella. But according to him, the truth is that they merely protect the corrupt elites who run these institutions, preserving their image and profiting while
How many people survived? All of them, apparently.
The world remains in chaos, and innocent people continue to suffer. That is why he intends to use his virus to dismantle this unjust and corrupt system.
That's not how you
Unlike
don't...
previous
Okay.
viruses, this one only infects those Dylan chooses. To prove it, he uses the biodrones to infect Chris, Claire, and Leon himself, leaving only Jill untouched and forcing her to face the possibility of having to kill her own allies once they transform into zombies. Fortunately, Rebecca Chambers arrives with a vaccine she has developed for this new T-virus variant.
Good.
And they are saved. Antonio Taylor, who had been betrayed by the villains, ends up helping the heroes by providing a way to destroy the biodrones
Okay.
before dying from a gunshot wound inflicted by Dylan. With that, Leon, Chris, Claire, Jill, and Rebecca unite to confront Dylan and Maria. Seeking revenge on Leon for her father's death, Maria makes the fatal mistake of trying to fight him hand-to-hand. Even with the superhuman strength and abilities granted by the virus, Leon gives her the same fate as her father. However, the situation escalates when the biodrones are released from their incubation chambers and begin to spread. To make matters worse, Dylan infects himself with the modified T-virus, falls into the water, and is devoured by an infected shark.
Oh,
This
the
causes
sharks have it too. Fantastic.
Dylan and the shark to fuse together, transforming into a monstrous creature. Leon and his allies then face the creature that was once Dylan Blake, and after a grueling battle, they finally manage to defeat it. While Leon, Chris, and Jill deal with the monster, Rebecca and Claire use the enemy's computer systems to neutralize the biodrones, eliminating the threat. In the end, the 5 of them are rescued by helicopters that extract them from Alcatraz.
Okay.
And, well, that was the last time we heard about Leon in a canonical Resident Evil adventure. It's interesting to note that Death Island takes place in 2015. Since Resident Evil Requiem is set in 2028, that leaves a 13-year gap in Leon's story, about which we know absolutely nothing.
True.
What we do know is that he'll be in his 50s, fed up with this endless fight, unable to fully trust anyone within the government, probably unable to take a proper vacation, possibly infected again, but with his hair still absolutely perfect.
Jesus Christ. It's just, I can't, okay. Oh, God. Oh, sure. So we have what? We had the T virus, the G virus, the C virus, the T Veronica virus, the modified T virus, the A virus, oh, you pieces of shit. Oh, I just figured it out. Son of a bitch. No, I just figured it out. I just figured it out. Watch. I'm gonna blow your mind. Okay? You got T C G A T. I think there was a modified A virus as well, right? Those are all the viruses that we know about. There you go. It's motherfuckers. Okay. That's DNA. It looks like DNA. Yeah, that's the whole. Yeah. But it spells Gattaca, right? Because it's a hell of a lot easier to go, TCGA, 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 and like everything. But you have to know that, or you could just say Gattaca and everybody automatically gets it. Flips the table. Yeah, I just got it. I'm like, fuck, motherfucker. Okay. That's it for me for tonight. I am going to be taking tomorrow off, as I typically do, or today, because it is almost 1 a.m. But, right? But I do want to thank everybody for being here. Also, big thank you, Sophia, for gifting Jibba a sub. Really appreciate that. We had Aelin, we had Sophia, we had True, we had Bleached, we had Jibba. Crit was here for a little bit. Yeah, we had awesome people. Medicine was here as well. Can't forget Medicine. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I will be back on Monday, and we will, we'll be doing stuff. Also, food porn will be coming on Sunday because I'm doing and making the things, which will be fun. So, yeah, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all your kindness and all your generosity. I really, really appreciate all of it. Until I see you all on Monday, have yourselves a great day, great night, and great rest of your weekend, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. I'm out.